occasionally the DCM, when it switched from airlock P to, like I just heard that, it just beeped. I have been hearing tones throughout the day. It just switched over to airlock P, and when it does that, I hear the tone as expected.
Hey, copy that. That's great information, and we'll still expect the confirmation on the warning tone at step 1 of the post-depress.
EV2.
The tones alluded to there in that brief chat between spacecraft communicator Scott Tingle and Terry Virts in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock refers to normal alert tones that are heard by crew members as they are clad in their U.S. extravehicular mobility units that correlate to data that they can see in what you've heard referred to by the acronym of DCM, which is a display and control module. It's essentially a data and display unit that is on their chest that enables them to monitor their spacesuit systems. Everything's in good shape, suits are in good shape, and the crew is nearing the point where they will be placing their suits on internal battery power for the official start of today's spacewalk. With the crew locked down to vacuum, the outer hatch on the Quest airlock has been opened as we stand by for the suits to be placed on internal battery power.
The hatch is open.
The hatch is open. Emergency MPAD is coming close. Okay, we're in post-depress. EV1 and EV2, stagger your switch throws and switch power to bat. Expect warning tone. And check never mind. Expect warning tone.
Here we go. One's in bat. Okay, here comes EV2. Good tone. EV2's in bat with a good tone.
Copy, both in bat with a good tone. Check that your display switch is functional.
Display works. EV2's good.
EV2 on the UIA. Switch power EV1, EV2 to switches to off OFF.
EV2 copies, and that's complete. LEDs are off.
EV2 on the UIA, check that the power EV1 and EV2 LEDs, 4, are off OFF.
All 4 are off.
EV1 and EV2, disconnect the SCU from the DCM.
EV1's on work. EV2 on work. EV1's disconnected, stowing it in the pouch.
Okay, EV1, SCU disconnected and stowed.
This is Mission Control Houston. Both Butch Wilmore and Terry Virts have placed their suits on internal battery power. The official start time of today's spacewalk, 6:45 a.m. Central Time, 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time. The outer hatch to the Quest airlock is open, and the crew will be making their way outside of Quest a short time from now. Wilmore first, followed by Virts. Again, today's official start time for the first of 3 spacewalks over the next 8 days, 6:45 a.m. Central Time, 7:45 a.m. Eastern.
EV1 and EV2, temperature control valve to max hot.
Windward. Outside.
EV1 and EV2, switch water to on.
EV1 water's on. EV2's max height and water on.
EV1 and 2, check that the DCM is blank and bites is off.
DCM's blank, bites off. EV2 same.
EV1 and EV2, temperature control valve between 3 and max cold.
Windward.
EV1 and EV2, we will need gauge pressure only. Just a reminder, it's nighttime and step 13 is completed.
EV1's at a 4. Gauge pressure's in the green.
Off EV1, gauge pressure in the green.
And standby 1 sec for EV2.
And EV1 and EV2, we could take a gauge pressure number, a value, if you got the time.
4.3 for EV1. EV2 set at 6 right now, and my gauge pressure is 4.5. 4.5.
Okay, copy 4.3 for EV1, 4.5 for EV2.
Houston copies, thanks.
Set your visors as required. It is nighttime right now. Expect sunrise within a few minutes.
EV1 is set. EV2 set.
Okay, Houston, airlock on 1. I think you take it from here.
Copy, Samantha. This is Wheels in Houston. EV1, EV2, how do you hear?
Wheels, I got you loud and clear, EV1. Loud and clear, EV2.
Okay, got you both loud and clear. Thanks a lot, Samantha. Nice work. And we're over the South Pacific right now. It's nighttime, so configure as needed, and let me know your configuration before we go out the door on your waist tethers and your safety tether.
Okay. EV1 is my waist tether, right waist tether on my extender, bell down black on black to the airlock extender, bell down black on black. My safety tether on my right extender, the red hook is bell down black on black. The first Urcum at the base has the green hook. From the second Urcum, bell down black on black. The first big hook on the second peanut, yellow, is bell down black on black.
Copy, Butch, and can you confirm that the reels are unlocked?
Good call, thank you. Reel 1 and reel 2 are unlocked. Also, my left waist tether is connected to my D-ring, bell down black on.
Copy all. We're ready for your config, Terry, when you're ready.
EV2, the right waist tether is connected to the UIA D-ring. It is closed and locked, black on black, good full test. It's on my right extender, and that is also a good full black on black, locked and good full test. On my left D-ring extender, I've got a red hook that's locked, black on black, good full test. The first Urcum is unlocked. It has a green hook on it, and that is also unlocked. The yellow hook goes to the second Urcum. That is closed, black on black locked. The second Urcum is unlocked, and the blank hook is on my mini workstation.
Copy all, Terry. Thank you.
Houston on 2 for lights in no 2.
And we're ready to egress now if you guys are ready.
Terry, you need to bend your right knee because you're wrapped around your hip. There we go.
This is Mission Control Houston. Good tether and communications checks having been completed with Wilmore and Verts as they are preparing to make their way out of the open hatchway of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. The spacewalk having begun about 7.5 minutes ago at 6:45 a.m. Central Time, as the two crew members, the commander of the International Space Station, Wilmore, his flight engineer, Virts, placed their suits on internal battery power. And our first view of Butch Wilmore as he makes his way outside of the hatch on the Quest airlock. He will anchor a tether hook to a nearby handrail and set up the first of two crew lock bags containing the cables for the installation of the cables for the International Docking Adapter configuration on pressurized mating adapter number 2. He'll be joined shortly by Terry Virts outside.
Which talked about I got to move the SCU a little bit.
Okay, guys, we've got about a little less than a minute till sunrise, so you should see the sun start coming up, so be ready on your visors to configure.
Thanks, Will. I see it now. Thank you. Good timing. Run for the orange. Beautiful. And sunshine. Visors down.
A good view of Barry Wilmore in the initial minutes of the second spacewalk of his career, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes as extravehicular crew member number 1. Copy. Having made his way outside of the hatchway on the Quest airlock to be joined momentarily by Terry Virts.
Okay.
Size 4 installation.
Copy that, Sam. Thank you.
You ready, Butch?
I'm ready.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
The red is on that end of it.
I see it. I'm ready to it. Stand by. I'm on BRT.
Okay.
Here in the flight control room, the lead spacewalk officer, Karina Eversley, reports great suit data being received back here on both the suits being worn by Wilmore and Virts. Again, a great view of Butch Wilmore, the International Space Station, flying 257 statute miles over the South Pacific.
Comes the rat when you're ready.
I'm ready for it.
Stand by.
And Terry, once you receive that, Terry, go ahead and put that on the airlock D-ring.
Copy that. That is complete.
Copy, Terry. You have a go for egress.
Okay. Butch, I'm going to hand you my safety tuning.
I'm ready.
Terry Virt's about to have his first view of space inside an extravehicular mobility unit.
Tether point.
Butch Wilmore is currently tethering himself to a handrail just outside of the hatchway to Quest.
Copy that. Terry, you have a go to release your waist tether from the UIA D-ring.
Okay, that's complete.
Okay, and you can go ahead and grab the IDA bag.
You can see the first of the two international docking adapter cable bags, bag A, if you will, attached to Butch Wilmore. That is the bag of cables for installation on the port side of pressurized mating adapter number 2.
My BRT is ready to the IDA bag Bravo.
Copy that, Terry.
And that red is on the UIA D-ring just for safekeeping.
Copy that.
About a minute from now, we'll be handing over communications from one satellite to another on our tracking and data relay satellite system. That will cause a momentary loss in our downlink television capability.
You was caught on my PGT. EV2's egressing.
And Terry Virts emerging into the void of space for the first time.
Welcome to EVA there, Colonel Virts.
Thank you, Captain Wilmore. Pretty cool.
The next step for you guys are buddy checks. So when you're in a good position, we'll take the buddy checks.
All right, paddles are good. Dories, I think, at a good location there. Let me move away from you a little bit, Butch.
I'm moving away.
And as noted, we're handing over communications from one satellite to another on our tracking and data relay satellite system. Wilmore and Virts both outside the Quest airlock now. They are performing what are known as buddy checks, making sure that each other's mini workstation tabs and their body restraint tethers are in the correct configuration before they begin to move away to the forward end cone of the Harmony module, which will be their work site for most of the day today in rigging all of the cables associated with the reconfiguration of pressurized mating adapter number 2.
Yeah, I can't see yours either.
It might be because of the sun. Actually, I do see it. I do see it. Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Sounds good. You ready for yours?
I think I got it all.
Okay, I see. Can you yaw left a little bit?
Left.
Yeah, the other way.
On mine.
There you go. Both your safer handles are down. 2, 3 tabs are up. Your ORU looks good, bag A, paddles, red looks good. On your left side, you have a waist tether on your mini workstation. On your right side, your safety tether config is the blank hook is locked, black on black. It's secure. Both your ERCMs are in unlock. The yellow hook is locked, and the red hook on your waist tether is locked, black on black. Your waist tether on your right side is also locked, black on black. Looking up, I'm not sure if I see that green light, but if Houston's getting video, then they can confirm that. You bet. And both your lights look good.
Okay. Time for you to pirouette, I think.
Yeah. What do you think? Do I need to?
It's the other way. Oh, not that way.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm just kind of verifying it.
Right now, it's behind.
Right, okay.
You need to tighten down your BRT as well. Kind of swing in there.
Yeah, good call.
Maybe pull it down next to you a little bit.
Yeah.
And Butch and Terry, we didn't copy the tabs up on Terry's suit for the BRT and the mini workstation.
Yeah, I said three tabs up, so yeah, good call. We got them.
Copy that, Butch.
Thanks, Will.
And also safer handles down. And this is a good chance as we're just getting set up to move to the work site to just verify you can reach those safer handles as well.
About the left. And there's the right.
I can feel left. And right. And before I pirouette, I just want to get my waist tether in a good kind of wrapped around my T-bar there.
Yeah. Your waist tether is pulled around the T-bar. You're right.
Yeah.
Here.
There you go. You got it?
I've got it. There you go.
Okay. Waist tether's good. Safety tether's good.
Yeah, right now, your safety tether's good. You're right.
Okay, I'm going to do that right.
No, it's good. It's in front of you.
It's in the right
You
spot.
want it in front.
Yeah. I think it's good.
Yeah, it's good.
It's good. It's perfect.
All right. I think we're ready to head out, Will.
Yeah, let me get the cover here.
And guys, before we get started, we need to just confirm safer handles down for Terry.
Yeah, well, y'all must have had a blank out. I called that was the first thing. Safer, both handles are down and 3 tabs are up. That was the first thing I called.
I heard it, Butch.
No, copy that. Copy that. We had a shorthand over there, and I think we missed it, Butch. And for both of you, can you confirm we don't have WVS yet, but we wanted to see if you could confirm green LEDs.
I confirmed it on Terry. He says he can't tell on mine. It's pretty bright.
Yeah, I think I see a hand of green flashing, but in daylight, looking in the sun, it's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, I can see it. It's on.
Okay, copy.
Right angle, you can see it.
Copy. Thanks, guys. Okay, as we're here, let's go ahead and get a baseline HAP check as well.
Yep, got that. Good HAP check. Good baseline.
Okay, subsequent checks.
Good HAP check.
Okay, copy that, guys. Subsequent checks will just kind of compare to this baseline. And when you're ready to move out, you have to go, Terry, to close the thermal cover.
Thermal cover is closed. Double and verified.
Copy that. As we move to the work site, let me read you this warning and caution as you get adapted there. The warning is avoid contact with any grapple fixture targets, the target pins, and the shafts of the target. Also on the caution, avoid contact with the EWC antennas, that's lab forward and zenith, and avoid contact with CDAs and VADDs, the Columbus port end cone.
Great reminders, Wills.
EV2 copies.
Spacecraft communicator Doug Wheelock, veteran spacewalker in his own right, talking to Butch Wilmore and Terry Virts outside of the Quest airlock with some of the perfunctory warning and caution notes in their timeline as they prepare all of their equipment and make their way towards the forward end of the Harmony module, where pressurized mating adapter number 2 awaits for the rigging of all of the cables today. That is the first work on tap in these 3 spacewalks to prepare PMA-2 as a new docking port, if you will, for the installation of an international docking adapter that will be delivered to the International Space Station a few months from now, and which will be installed on a subsequent spacewalk this summer by Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren.
Tether up through the handrails up the Cetus spur will help out as well.
Yeah, I'm doing that now. Good call.
The HAP check that was referenced by Wheelock a moment or two ago is the acronym for the helmet absorption pad. That is the pad inside crew members' helmets, one of the safety precautions introduced in the wake of the introduction of water into the helmet of Luca Parmitano during a spacewalk in July of 2013.
EV2 copy. Starboard forward.
So Terry Virts now making his way beyond the hatchway of the Quest airlock. The thermal cover has been closed, and Virts and Wilmore currently translating toward the forward end cone of the Harmony module.
EV1's on base. Heading port. Hey, Robo, thanks for moving the MP.
Houston says you're welcome.
I'm just getting my safety cutter on the other side of my IDA back here.
Copy, Terry.
A lot easier without the pool stanchion.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's just like in the pool instead of that, with the exception of that big blue planet down there.
Exactly.
As the International Space Station flies 257 statute miles over the coast of Chile, this view from the helmet camera of Terry Virts in the initial moments of his first spacewalk that began at 6:45 a.m. Central Time.
And I'm at 259, Wills.
Copy that. That's where your green hook goes, Butch.
Copy. Okay, green hook is on 259. Bow down, black on black. Good full test.
Copy that, Butch. When you're all set up there, you can go ahead and move forward to the work site.
Heading forward.
Demonstrating the vast expanse of the International Space Station, you're looking at 2 U.S. astronauts making their way to the forward end cone of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. In the lower left-hand portion of your screen is the Japanese Kibo module and its external experiment platform. Its logistics module mounted on top. On the other end, on the far end, is the European Space Agency's Columbus module.
I vaguely recall that one as well.
Gas spanner out here?
One more time.
You put this gas spanner out here? Is that you?
No, I didn't put it there, but
Nice.
I used it.
Bills, I'm on the lab. I'm on the gap spanner at 294. Confirm I go zenith there.
Copy that, Terry.
Over. Copy that, Terry. I'm taking the one at 295.
And there's the object of all of the work for today, pressurized mating adapter number 2, to which space shuttles docked during the space shuttle program that ended 4 years ago. In the foreground is the Japanese Kibo module, the largest laboratory module in the International Space Station for the Japan Aerospace and Exploration Agency.
And Terry, if it helps you out a little bit, I couldn't tell which gap spanner you're referring to, but if you can go back as close to the truss as you can, there should be the first gap spanner you have going vertical, going zenith. We can have you take that.
Okay, copy that, Wills. I'm already on the second gap spanner, and I'm already zenith. That's okay.
Okay, copy that.
And safety tether looks good.
Copy, and you're going to be coming up on node 2. That'll have a gap spanner as well. And your target on node 2 for your green hook is handrail 352.
Copy 352.
"32 minutes into the spacewalk, the 2 crew members
for both
making their way toward the forward end of the Harmony module and toward pressurized mating adapter number 2 that you see, the black spherical docking port that is at the forward end of Harmony, and in the foreground, as we mentioned, the huge Kibo module, the Japanese contribution to the International Space Station.
And I'm at 352, Wills.
Okay, great. That's where your green hook goes, Terry.
Green hook goes, Terry. Copy that.
The crew is methodically ensuring that their tethers and hooks are being handled from handrail to handrail as they make their way to their work site at either side of pressurized mating adapter number 2.
I'm right next to you, Butch, just on the starboard side.
Good job.
Green hook's down on 352.
Great, Terry.
Wilmore will be working on the port side of PMA2. Wirtz will be working on the starboard side as they rig all of the cables that will reconfigure pressurized mating adapter number 2 for the installation of the first of 2 international docking ports to be delivered on a SpaceX Dragon craft this June and installed a month later.
EV2.
The International Space Station and our 2 spacewalkers forth today, traveling directly over the Amazon jungle. And in this scintillating view, once again, from a camera on the top of the truss of the International Space Station, you can see the 2 crew members clambering at the forward end of the Harmony module. That is the attach point, if you will, for the Japanese Kibo module on the left. And on the right, on the starboard side of Harmony, is the European Columbus module.
Okay, Terry.
Yes.
My bag is anchored as I told you it would be.
Okay.
2 Nader, 1 Zenith.
Okay, copy that. I'm still doing my finger lead here.
Copy all that.
I'm going to head on down and I'm going to head on down and click those cords that we talked about in the brief. Do you agree?
Copy.
With all of their equipment now in place, as you can see in this spectacular view, Barry Wilmore on the left, Terry Wirtz on the right, near the Columbus module, both working at the forward end of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. Wilmore is pulling a pair of scissors from his one of the crew lock bags that he is using with all of his equipment inside. He'll be using those scissors to cut a pair of cords on one of the panels on pressurized mating adapter number 2. There will be 2 connectors that he will cut, and he will reclose a pair of booties or covers over those forward connectors. This starts the process of the reconfiguration of pressurized mating adapter number 2 and the laying of cables for the new international docking adapters.
All right, I see the cords, at least one of them.
So wheels, I think you said 360, 353, and 359?
352.
352, okay. So right now, there's already a Spitz power bag there, right where I'm supposed to do this. Should I put my bag on top of that?
Just put it right on top of there.
I don't remember seeing this. Is Doug.
Right on top of there, Terry.
Copy that. The Spitz bag is using the hooks that I was planning on using, so I may just clip it to the Spitz bag strap, if that makes sense.
That does make sense, Terry, and I'm checking and make sure we're good. We're good for that. Stand by.
Okay.
Yeah, Terry, you can hook that just to the strap itself if you need to.
Okay. Okay, Wills, I got cords inside, ready to clip.
Copy that, Butch. You have a go to cut those cords and then reclose the booties over the forward connectors.
Okay, they're clipped.
Beautiful, nice work. Once you reclose the booties over those forward connectors, you can stow the EVA scissors in crew lock bag 2.
Okay, I'll do that. That's done. Get a look at this. I'll be back here later. I'm just taking a peek.
With the two connector cords now having been cut to pressurized mating adapter number 2, Wilmore will stow his scissors back into his crew lock bag. His next major activity will be to release a pair of clamps holding an umbilical for pressurized mating adapter number 2 to the micrometeoroid debris shield. That will be the precursor to the work associated with removing the shield on the port side of PMA2 to expose additional cables and connectors that will be demated and replaced by this new set of cables that will be rigged by the two spacewalkers during today's excursion. The Spitz bag that Verts referred to a short time ago is the acronym for the old station-to-shuttle power transfer system, the routing of heaters and electrical systems that enabled station power to flow to space shuttles during the old space shuttle program when shuttles were docked to pressurized mating adapter number 2.
And Butch on that fair lead, we were thinking maybe over on the GEM near handrail 1138 might be better for you to kind of keep that clear of the lab surface. What do you think?
Yep, that's where I'm at. Good call. I'm on 1138 now.
Barry Wilmore at the bottom of your screen, Terry Verts at the top. The International Space Station moving from southwest to northeast, 257 miles over the Atlantic.
Over there, by there as well.
Okay.
The forward aft, forward mater hook is down.
Copy, Terry.
You see the two spacewalkers working on either side of a common berthing mechanism that you see at the zenith or space-facing side of the Harmony module there, that circular apparatus that is covered up at the moment. That is the zenith port on the top side of Harmony, to which pressurized mating adapter number 3, which is currently attached to the Tranquility module, will be relocated for the second of the 2 international docking adapters that will be delivered on a SpaceX Dragon cargo craft late this year. The first international docking adapter, as we've mentioned, to be attached to the forward end of Harmony to pressurized mating adapter number 2, and the 2 crew members working around the location that ultimately will be the home of the second international docking adapter, which will be attached to pressurized mating adapter 3.
Yeah, I'm going to reconfigure that hook. It's on the, I'm going to move it more aft.
Copy that, Terry. You could reposition the Spitz bag if that would help. We, of course, want to keep the IDA bag as far forward as we can.
Copy that. All right, I have 2 hooks down on the IDA bag.
Copy, Terry.
And with that, I'm going to unrest from it.
Copy that.
Well, I'm ready to the crew light bag. I'm releasing it now.
Copy that, Butch. We recommend gem handrail 1141 to temp stow that if that's open.
1141, looking for it. I think it's right down here.
The 2 spacewalkers in the process of an intricate procedure to properly position their tool bags at the forward end of the Harmony module before they begin in earnest the work to start playing out all of the cables that will be associated with the rewiring and reconfiguration of pressurized mating adapter number 2 that you see there right next to Butch Wilmore.
And Terry, the big picture here, we want at least 1 hook from the IDA bag on a handrail. If you're able to do that, that's what we'd prefer.
Copy that. I think I can get this next one on the handrail.
The Spacewalk engineers here in Mission Control and in their back rooms report that both suits are operating perfectly, good fan speeds, good RPMs, everything looking good with the suits being worn by Wilmore and Virts. The only issue is that we have yet to see helmet camera views from Butch Wilmore's camera, which is designated by the number 18. We're expecting the crew to recycle to turn their switches off and then back on for their helmet camera systems to reactivate Wilmore's helmet camera views that we have yet to see.
I'm getting there, Wheels.
No problem, Terry. Take your time.
Okay, the hook is on the handrail 353. I've got 2 down. I still need 1 more to go.
Copy, Terry. And Terry, we didn't know if now that you have the IDA bag released from your BRT, if the BRT would help you on a handrail for stabilization there, you can do that as well.
Yeah, you know, I thought about that. I just had the third hook is down on 359. So.
Copy that.
Okay, Wheels, while I was here staging the bag, I went ahead and picked up the extra adjustable that I had staged on it, so I've got it now on my mini workstation.
Okay, copy that, Butch. And just big picture before we start on the wire tie breadcrumb trail, we are not seeing your WVS, and we wanted to do a recycle on the power on your WVS to see if we can get it back.
Okay. Have you seen it yet?
Not yet.
I think I hit the button.
Okay, and we'll thank you for doing that. We'll get confirmation from Terry that he sees your green light here in just a moment.
Okay.
If you could make your way that way, we'll have Terry take a look.
I'm heading in now.
Don't worry, Butch. I'm on my way to the PMA.
You're going to put your crew lock back here, right?
Am I going to do wire ties, Wheels, you said, or you want me to do crew lock back first?
We're going to have you temp stow your crew lock bag first, Terry, before you start on your wire ties.
Copy that.
"52 minutes into the spacewalk, Terry Virts on the right side of the 2 spacewalkers at the forward end of the Harmony module will be pre-staging a series of wire ties to which cables will be tied off, the connectors to be demated from pressurized mating adapter number 2 to which they were previously located, all part of the rerouting of a port umbilical on pressurized mating adapter number 2 that will be the precursor to the laying of cables on both the port and starboard side of that docking port to which space shuttles used to arrive at, and which will be the home of the first of 2 international docking adapters to be delivered to the space station in June.
316, Terry.
Copy that.
These wire ties will be pre-staged on stanchions on 3 handrails there at the forward end of the Harmony module to facilitate the release and temporary stowage of connectors on pressurized mating adapter number 2 that will be demated a short time from now. Flanking the Harmony module of the International Space Station, or Node 2 as it used to be called, on the lower left-hand portion of your screen, the Japanese Kibo module, and on the top right-hand portion of your screen, the European Space Agency's Columbus module.
It's adjustable off. Okay.
The International Space Station moving from southwest to northeast, about to cross the border between France and Germany, orbiting at an altitude of 257 statute miles.
Okay. Able? Copy. You got one down? Got one down. Working on the red. Okay.
This orbit will carry the International Space Station and its 6 crew members, including our 2 spacewalkers, Wilmore and Wirtz, over the Czech Republic, Poland, and northern Ukraine.
Like you got a fish stringer escaping.
Yeah, it's already escaped. I closed the lid back, but it was already gone.
Nice work.
All right.
All right, there's a red in there somewhere for this. I can see it.
You looking for a red?
There it is.
We've passed out of range of a television downlink capability from the International Space Station for the next 22 minutes or so. We'll be reacquiring that downlink TV capability at about
right now it's floating a little bit.
2 minutes after the hour. Everything continuing to proceed on track. Some 56 minutes now into the spacewalk.
If you can, I don't know if you can cinch the tethers down at all, or get a new tether point forward to kind of cinch down a little tighter.
I'll go work on it.
All right, the fish stringer is caught.
Strong?
Strong. Will, I think I'm ready to go lay on some wire ties.
Okay, Butch, copy that.
Okay.
Copy that, Butch, and your added page to the front of your cuff checklist. You'll have your wire tie list there. Just follow that list in order, if you would, and we'd like to ask if you need guidance to the next location, let us know. And also, once you have a wire tie down, if you could let us know that that's complete.
I will. I'm going to handrail 319 first. That's where I'm at. I'm going to go zenith and nadir on both sides.
Copy that.
This is just a momentary a blip of downlink television capability on the KU band communication system. We will be losing this a moment or two from now.
I'm done.
Barry Wilmore is in the process of working with Terry Virts to attach a series of wire ties to handrails at the forward end of the Harmony module in advance of the securing of an umbilical from pressurized mating adapter number 2 that will enable the 2 crew members to remove the port micrometeoroid debris shield on the left-hand side of pressurized mating adapter number 2 that you're looking at in this view. That will expose a series of cables underneath that MMOD shield that will be detached and replaced by new cables that are going to be strung that will enable pressurized mating adapter number 2 to be docking ready, if you will, for the installation of the first of the 2 new international docking adapter ports.
Affirmative.
The Venus 319 handrail.
Copy. And we copied the 3 twist as well and concur with that, Butch. And Terry, when you're ready, you can start on your wire tie list as well. And if you would, just let us know when you're complete with the wire tie.
EV2 Volcom, I'm on 327 right now.
Copy.
ERT is a beautiful thing.
1 hour into the spacewalk, a series of wire ties being pre-staged at opposite ends of the pressurized mating adapter number 2. This is video from a training session that Wilmore and Virts conducted several months ago in the neutral buoyancy laboratory here at the Johnson Space Center as they were training for this spacewalk. These wire ties are being pre-staged for the cables that will be laid out on this spacewalk and at the beginning of the second spacewalk on Wednesday morning that will be used ultimately for the installation of those cables and hooking up those cables to the new international docking adapter to be delivered to the space station in June and then installed on pressurized mating adapter number 2 on a future spacewalk this summer by Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren.
Copy, Terry.
Two and I nadir complete. 3 good twists.
Copy, Butch.
And Wheels, I'm just confirming these are shorts. These are coming off my BRT.
Affirmative.
The 316 port is complete. 3 good twists on a short.
Copy, Terry.
Wheels, there's already one on 315 starboard, and I'll throw another one down, just confirming you want that.
Affirmative, Terry. We'd like a new one there as well.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, Wheels, 320 Nader, complete 3 twists.
Copy, Butch.
Excuse me, Zenith. I think that's Zenith.
Okay, copy that.
Copy that.
.315 starboard complete on a short with 3 good twists.
Copy that, Terry.
Copy that. Three twist, 320 Nader.
Copy, Butch.
Complete.
.328 meters complete with a long war time.
Copy that, Terry.
Okay, I'm going for the stovepipe just above 325 and just below 326, correct?
That is correct, Butch.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 9 minutes into today's spacewalk. Barry Wilmore and Terry Virts, extravehicular crew members number 1 and 2 respectively, working at the forward end of the Harmony module of the International Space Station, securing a series of wire ties to which cables will be routed and held in place to, as well as securing an umbilical for pressurized mating adapter number 2 with wire ties that will enable the 2 crew members a short time from now to begin the work to remove a micrometeoroid debris shield on the port side of pressurized mating adapter number 2, underneath which they'll be routing a series of cables as part of the preparation of this PMA number 2 for the installation of the first of 2 international docking adapter ports once it's delivered to the International Space Station this summer. The work by Wilmore and Virts will take place both on the port and starboard sides of PMA-2, the majority of cables to be attached on the port side.
How are you feeling so far, Terry? You okay, brother?
I'm doing great, man. It feels good. It's definitely easier than the pool. The view's a lot better, too.
Yeah, that's true.
Wheels, just to verify, the Charlie 8 clamp is not closed. It's floating open, and I think that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine, Terry. We're just going to put that wire tie around the base of that clamp. It's okay if it's flying open.
Roger that. And these lights are great. I was not sure what it would be like at nighttime, but you can definitely see pretty well.
Okay, 3 twist, stovepipe for the 326.
Copied the stovepipe nadir of 326, Butch.
And the first video we've received today from the helmet camera on Barry Wilmore, extravehicular crew member number 1, in the second spacewalk of his career, as he ties off a series of wire ties along handrails on the forward end of the Harmony module.
And Butch, just as confirmation, we've got your good WVS for you now. So thank you for that recycle, and flight is relieved that you're actually doing the work.
Super.
The work currently being conducted by Wilmore and Verts, designed to set the stage for the removal of a micrometeoroid debris shield on the port side of pressurized mating adapter number 2, underneath which a series of connectors will be demated and replaced by the cabling that will be laid out by the two spacewalkers from crew lock bags, both on the port and the starboard side of that forward docking port attached to the Harmony module to which space shuttles used to dock.
And Houston, that's 3 twists on the C2 clamp.
Copy that, Butch. And can you confirm that it's wrapped around the base of the clamp?
Actually, no, it's not. It's around the side that if it opens, it can't come off. Does that make sense?
It does. Stand by.
405 forward is complete.
Copy. Copy, Terry. Butch, if you're happy, if you think that clamp comes open, it'll be secure, we're good with that configuration.
Yeah, there's no way it can come off. Good to go. Okay.
And Butch, we didn't hear your comm on the stovepipe at node 2 near node 2 handrail 325. And
yeah, it's the one inboard and just barely zenith.
Copy that, and you can confirm that that one is complete, that wire tie?
That's correct. I've got all 8 of mine are now complete.
Okay, copy. We didn't hear the 403 either, so you got that one as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Butch, your next task is the PMA2 port umbilical rerouting.
App is complete. I'm getting a labeled one for my next wire tie.
Copy that, Terry. And we concur the next.
This is Mission Control Houston. Doug Wheelock, the Capcom here in Mission Control in Houston, talking to the two spacewalkers who are now 1 hour, 19 minutes into their spacewalk, the first of 3 over the next 8 days, to reconfigure pressurized mating adapter number 2 for cables that will convert PMA2 into a acceptable docking receptacle, if you will, for the first of the 2 international docking adapters to be delivered to the International Space Station in June, and which will be installed to PMA-2 in July during a subsequent spacewalk by Expedition 44 crew members Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren. Today, the focus of attention is on Barry Wilmore and Terry Virts. Wilmore in the second spacewalk of his career, Virts in the first spacewalk of his career, as they are preparing to reroute an umbilical attached to PMA-2. It will be released. A pair of clamps holding it in place to a micrometeoroid debris shield will be released. The umbilical will be tied down temporarily while that shield is removed on the port side of PMA-2 to expose a series of connectors that will be demated, and then cables can be routed underneath that shield for the start of the rewiring, if you will, of the PMA-2 to accept the first international docking adapter docking port this summer.
On the shield that you guys are going to be removing, and then also just ensure that the shield can be removed.
Copy.
The International Space Station currently flying from northwest to southeast, 257 miles over Malaysia, on a track that will carry it over Indonesia and Timor a short time from now.
And Butch, on the also the panel that's below the shield that you're going to be removing, we want to make sure that the T-handle interfaces and bolts on that shield, which is Charlie 2-01, that those interfaces are clear as well.
Okay.
415 aft is complete wheels with the labeled bar tie.
Copy that, Terry.
This first spacewalk over the next 8 days of 3 to be conducted by Wilmore and Virts began about 35 minutes behind schedule at 6:45 a.m. Central Time, not because of any issues technically, just because the crew moved along with their pre-spacewalk preparations and the Quest airlock a bit more deliberately than had been scheduled. So the spacewalk got underway at 6:45 a.m. Central Time. Both spacesuits operating perfectly, no issues associated with them, as Wilmore and Virts are now in the early stages of the cable routing work that will begin the conversion of PMA-2 into a place to which the first international docking adapter will be attached this summer. Wilmore and Virts are expected to continue this cable routing for the new cables for PMA-2 on Wednesday during the start of their second spacewalk, as well as using most of the time during that spacewalk to lubricate various components on the end effector of the Canadian-built Canadarm2 robotic arm that have exhibited a bit of creakiness over the past year and a half or so. The third in the series of spacewalks, to be conducted a week from tomorrow on March 1st, will be designed to lay the communications antennas and cabling on opposite ends of the long truss on the International Space Station for what is called the C2V2 equipment, the acronym for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, essentially the rendezvous and communications equipment for both the Boeing CST-100 and the SpaceX Dragon crew craft that will carry crew members to the International Space Station and home from the station in the years ahead.
And we're checking on that. It sounds good, Butch, but let me check.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only conglomeration I can think of that'll satisfy those stipulations you called out a second ago.
And Butch, if you can reach the, if you can get it to the stovepipe bracket, nadir of Node 2 handrail 325, if you can get to that bracket, even just one of the cables secured there, that would be better for us if you can.
You mean the one nadir is like about 1.5 feet, 2 foot nadir of it? Or the one that I just tied the other wire tie to?
Yeah, we're thinking we'd like you to be down near where you put that wire tie, but we don't want you to clobber the wire tie, of course, as well. But stand by, we're talking about it.
Okay. Yeah, the next Nader stovepipe is about 2.5 feet. Nader of 325. And that would go right across the panel, making it pretty hard to remove.
Real quick, 417 app is complete with the label. I've got one more, I think, and that's 410 app. Can you give me a quick vector to that one?
Stand by. We copied the 417, Terry.
I found 410 wheels. I'm good.
Okay, great. Thanks, Terry.
Interesting numbering system for handrails here.
And Butch, we're happy with the position of the cabling as you put it there. If you can wire tie it in that position, that'd be perfect for us.
Okay, I'll put it on the stovepipe, and I'll see if I can get one over on the gem side too.
Copy.
There's 3 twists, going low profile.
Copy. Good work, Butch.
The two spacewalkers, 1 hour 27 minutes into their excursion, about to complete the pre-staging of a series of wire ties to which the cables that are being not only demated from pressurized mating adapter number 2, but those to be laid out for the rewiring of that docking adapter. They are almost complete with the pre-staging of all of that wire tie material, and then we'll shortly move on to the procedures to remove the micrometeoroid debris shield on the port side of PMA2.
EV2 glove check is good on both gloves.
Okay, copy, Terry. And Butch, the other locations on the umbilical for securing that back, we are also looking at Node 2 handrail 321, the Zenith stanchion, and then over on GEM 1129 if that's required.
Okay, 321. I'll look at that here in just a second. I just retrieved the wire tie off of the wiring, and I'm putting it in my trash bag.
Perfect, thanks.
And that's complete.
Copy that, Butch.
Ready for direction wheels.
Okay, Terry, the next step for you is to retrieve the T-handle tools, 2 of them, and the rets from crew lock bag 1.
Copy, going over to Butch's side. And I'm going via the Node 2 handrails.
1 hour, 30 minutes into the spacewalk, the two crew members now will press ahead for the procedures associated with the removal of the port micrometeoroid debris shield on the left-hand side, if you will, of pressurized mating adapter number 2 that you see in this animated graphic. They will also be using a pistol grip tool, a motorized, battery-powered high-tech screwdriver to release 3 bolts holding that shield in place, underneath which are a series of 4 connectors that Wilmore will detach and tie back. That will expose the connection points for some of the new cables that will be routed underneath the shield for the rewiring of the international docking adapter. This view from the helmet camera on Terry Virts showing the myriad of tools he has at his disposal in a crew lock bag and a mini workstation that's attached to his spacesuit. Virts and Wilmore have trained for this series of spacewalks extensively, obviously before they launched into space with refresher courses conducted over the past several weeks, both in conferences with spacewalk specialists here at the Johnson Space Center, as well as through videos uplinked to them for their review at their leisure.
Just waiting for you.
Yeah, I got the wires are clear. I did get it on handrail 321. It is 3 twists of a wire tie. Tied down, it goes outboard of handrail 320, between 320 and the gem, down kind of in a gap area, and it's completely clear of the panel we're removing. You could remove the panel. Also, there's below it if necessary.
Copy all, Butch. Great work. Thank you. We're happy with that configuration. And when you're able, please give us a glove check and a hap check.
And
Which I'm literally right above your head.
Yep, see you.
I've got the T-handles and I'm ready to go start putting them on.
Hang on a second, I'm going to BRT here.
Okay.
And get a glove and hap check. And bye.
The panel that says Aussie, right?
Aussie. Correct.
And Butch, if you want to get BRT'd first before the glove and hap check, we're happy with that. Your BRT location, we're recommending handrail 325, no 2 handrail 325.
Yep, I'm BRT to 325 now. I'm getting a glove check now.
Perfect, thanks. Terry, for you, we're recommending a BRT location of no 2 handrail 318.
Copy 318 and stand by just 1 sec.
The BRT referred to by Capcom Doug Wheelock as a body restraint tether that will hold the crew members securely in place so that they can conduct the removal of this micrometeoroid debris shield on the port side of PMA-2.
Okay, we copy that, Butch, and we can see that in your helmet cam. Thanks.
Okay.
And
I've got both T-handles installed, good full test. I'm ready to unret from my mini workstation.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
I only need 1 ret.
Copy, and Butch, could you give us a hap check as well, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. Good baseline hap check.
Copy that. So for the T-handles, we want to make sure we have a good pull test on those, Terry.
Both have a good pull test.
Okay, the lower ret is stationed on handrail 324, mater of the adjoining panel.
Here's the Zenith, right, Butch?
I think you can put it right there on the inboard of 325 right there.
All right, Zenith Red's going on 325, Will.
Inboard, right here.
Zenith on 325. Zenith on 325 is good. And Butch, we'd like the nadir one on 306 if you can.
Oh yeah, I can do that. 306, coming out. Nadir 306, that's complete.
That's inboard on 325. And that goes to the Zenith T tool.
Copy.
Yeah.
This is Mission Control Houston. There are three bolts holding this micrometeoroid debris shield in place on the port side of pressurized mating adapter number 2. Verts will be first in using the pistol grip tool to unbolt a bolt on the top side, or the zenith or space-facing side of that shield. Then he will hand the pistol grip tool over to Wilmore, who will unbolt both a center and an earth-facing bolt, and that will enable them to remove the panel, stow it, and then demate a series of 4 cables that are currently connected, exposing the demated connectors, if you will, for the new cables to be routed a short time from now by the 2 spacewalkers.
Okay, I'm read BRT and I'm read that.
Copy that, Butch. Once Terry gets finished with bolt 2, just take a look at bolt 3 and 1. We'll have you get those 2 bolts. Just make sure you have good reach to those locations.
Thanks. Working on it now.
Yeah, bolt 3 is in the center, and then bolt 1 is the nadir bolt.
Copy.
All right, wheels cow fast. I'm ready for settings.
Copy that. Bravo 4, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 4, counter 2.
Bravo 4,
on bolt 2.
On bolt 2, we're expecting 4 turns.
Okay.
And you have a go to release bolt 2.
Copy that.
Good job, Terry.
Make sure it's off. It's not off. I've got 5 turns. I'm going to keep on turning if that's all right, Will.
Copy.
All right, the field's off. It went 8.3 turns, and it feels loose now. And Butch, I don't know if you saw that, the wire getting wrapped around the bolt problem we saw in the pool. I saw that here. After 1 turn, I had to come off the bolt.
Okay.
And then after 1 turn, it stayed.
We copy that bolt 2 is released. Terry, thank you. Nice job on the lanyard there as well. You have a go to pass the PGT to Butch, and we'll have him get bolt 3 and 1.
Copy that.
Capcom Doug Wheelock relaying information up to Terry Virts and Butch Wilmore, who are outside in the vicinity of pressurized mating adapter number 2, removing the bolts holding a micrometeoroid debris shield to that PMA docking adapter. It is attached to the forward end of the Harmony module of the International Space Station, and Doug Wheelock, our Capcom today, no stranger to Harmony. He was aboard...
Well, I can't get up my finger.
You want to drive it some more?
Yeah.
He was aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery in October of 2007 that delivered the Harmony module to the International Space Station, to which PMA-2 is attached. Wheelock conducted 3 spacewalks during that flight, 3 of 6 that he has conducted in his career.
Copy, and you have a go to turn on bolt 1.
Here we go. One. Four. Okay, that one got 8.5.
Copy that, Butch.
You go, Terry.
The panel is loose.
Copy, and transfer the PGT back to Terry. And Terry, go ahead and stow the PGT on your swing arm.
Copy that. I'm going to leave it powered on.
And all 3 bolts have now been released, holding that micrometeoroid debris shield in place. The outer edge of that debris shield will be lifted, and the shield will be removed from its location and stowed on a handrail nearby. A good view of the 2 spacewalkers as we are approaching an orbital sunrise.
Both set and ready to go. You have to go to lift and tilt the outer edge of the panel to release the panel.
Here we go.
I'm still messing with the PGT, Butch. Sorry.
No problem.
Keeps on popping out. Let there be light.
The debris shield carries the insignia of the Italian space agency, OSSI, which contributed to the development and manufacture of the Harmony module of the International Space Station.
Stand by just a second, Terry.
Okay, I can hold it. I just got my visor down.
And my visor down. Loose. You got to hold on it, Terry. Can you hold it for a second?
Yep, I got it.
I'd like to move my BR.
Again, this micrometeoroid debris shield on the port side of the forward end cone of the Harmony module will expose 4 connector points. The connectors underneath this debris shield will be demated and stowed in place, and other cables associated with the new International Docking Adapter number 1 will be routed in their place.
You got it. I got it right now.
Okay. I got to come off my BRT to come down there and help you.
Right now it's caught on these wires.
Yeah. All right, it's over top of the bundle.
All right,
looks like
there
you
it goes. All right, it's in position there.
Mm-hmm. The reds look good. Your safety tether's good.
My safety tether is good, thank you. Oh, that one's underneath there a ways.
Mine's good.
Okay, Terry, we'll have you move up to, translate up to IDA bag Alpha. That's the port bag that Butch had brought out.
Going to IDA Alpha. Should I grab the connector tools or just stand by?
Stand by, and the connector tools we'll use as those as needed.
With this debris shield off, the crew shortly will be moving on to the tasks of routing the first series of cables underneath this shield. You can see some of the connector points underneath the shield that routed telemetry, heating, power from pressurized mating adapter number 2 to the Harmony module to which PMA2 is connected.
There, Butch, is we're going to be doing all 4 of those connectors underneath there. Before we get started with the cables, I have a caution I want to read you guys. During the handling of the EIDA cables, and we want to make sure that the bend radius of each cable is no smaller than 6 times the diameter of the cable, which is about 4.5 inches. So we want it greater than 4.5 inches. So just watch the bend radius as it comes from the connector back outside underneath the panel.
Okay, copy that.
EV2 copy.
And of course,
here in the flight control room, the EVA officers report that the crew is running about 18 or so minutes ahead of the timeline. Now, keep in mind that they began the spacewalk 35 minutes behind the clock, just due to the deliberate nature of their pre-spacewalk preparations. But since the spacewalk began, against the phased elapse time that the clock, if you will, that runs on the spacewalk at the time that the crew places its suits on internal battery power, the crew is running ahead of the timeline.
Here in a minute, Will.
Copy that.
Pre-walk bag.
So Wilmore and Wirtz making up time as we go along here, about to begin the intricate process of routing the series of cables underneath the port micrometeoroid debris shield. They'll do the same on the starboard side of the forward end cone of the Harmony module a short time from now. The first of the cables to be routed underneath this shield is a blue and white barber pole colored cable
go ahead and open the lid, and you
that will be routed in place underneath the micrometeoroid debris shield. All of this cable routing is designed to prepare a pressurized mating adapter number 2 for the installation of the first of 2 international docking ports that on the Earth weigh 750 pounds apiece, the first of which to be attached to the forward end of pressurized mating adapter number 2 this summer, the second of which to be delivered at the end of the year and attached to pressurized mating adapter number 3, which will be relocated from the Tranquility module, node 3 if you will, to the top side or the space-facing side of the Harmony module, to that common berthing mechanism, that circular port that you see Terry Wirtz working nearby.
Well, you got anything that gets me trying just to see if these things are going to turn while I'm waiting?
Checking. Okay, Butch, we have all the inhibits in place, and you have a go to try those connectors, all 4 of them, if you like. You have a go.
Let's see what happens. First one turns.
Amen.
The second one turns. The third one turns. And the fourth one turns.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
That's all good news, Butch. Thank you.
All right.
The lid is open and ready.
Okay, copy that, Terry. We're looking for the blue-white cable. It should be on the lid forward center Velcro straps.
Yeah, Tower Hill.
And that white-blue cable, the connector that you're going to be handing to Butch, is Papa 853.
Copy, Papa 853.
For both of you, this first connector goes under node 2 handrail 320.
320's in my right hand, Terry.
Okay, copy that.
Get down here. Look, it's got an Alpha and a Bravo. Alpha's nadir, Bravo's zenith.
Hey, copy.
That's affirmative.
Blue and white cables released.
It's been dark. I've had a face full of module all day. Hadn't seen much.
Definitely see stuff now.
Beautiful. All right, make sure the safety tether is clear.
Yeah. I am right above you, Butch.
I see that.
Thank you, Butch, for that little segue. Just kind of check your safety tethers as we start laying these cables. Make sure we don't trap a safety tether. Also, as the cable comes out of the bag, just take out any twists you might see in the cable as well.
Roger that. You said 320, is that right?
Right here it is, right here.
Here's the cable, Butch.
As you receive that, Butch,
let me undo this again.
As you receive that, Butch, of course, the connector, that's the Papa 853. We want to make sure that it reaches the 853 connector, Juliet 853.
It reaches.
Beautiful. And then, as you mentioned earlier, the leg alpha goes nadir on handrail 320. Leg Bravo goes zenith, and just loosely wire ties in those in the stanchion gaps, if you would.
Hang on a second. I think this is the wrong cable, Terry. I think this is the third cable.
Blue and white reels, is that right? The top one.
Should be
This
blue.
is the light blue, and this is the dark blue in here. This has 3 legs.
Okay, it should be.
Free wheel?
Go ahead and take that back to the bag, Terry. It should be the blue-white cable with a Papa 853 connector.
Okay, I got a blue-white cable, but I'll go look for 853.
I don't see any. Hey, this is it. I was expecting a light blue. This is dark blue, and it's got 3 legs coming off of it. So the alpha, I see alpha. So I guess alpha goes by itself, and Bravo has 2 legs with it, correct?
Checking, standby.
Alpha's got 2 legs, yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Alpha's got 2 legs. Okay, we're all set. Barry, can you wrap that by chance? Bravo?
I get the one on the zenith above your head?
Correct.
Yeah, let me get a local down.
Sorry, Will, I didn't mean to confuse. I was expecting to see 2 legs.
Yeah, that's
I wasn't either.
Yeah, that's an extra little bonus in there. So
the bonus leg. You said alpha goes on the zenith side.
That Bravo goes right there.
Leg alpha goes nadir and the 320 nadir gap and Bravo goes zenith. On that leg with the two cables that are running together, you'll probably need to stack that kind of zenith in the slot there as it comes out from underneath the panel.
Yeah, I've got it loosely tied. It real loose.
Yeah, Bravo's got one twist around it. It's loose on a zenith of 320.
Okay, and could you just take a minute and kind of look back at the cable where it's coming out of the bag, just make sure there's no twist and are twisted on itself.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. You know, it goes into a bag full of cables, so it's hard to tell what's underneath there. But the straight line from the bag is not a problem. Let me go back and take a better look.
Actually, copy that, Terry. If it looks like it's coming out from the bag and all the way down underneath the handrail and there's no twist, we're good with that.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, so next, Terry will send you back to the bag and we're ready for the next cable. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there. Okay,
we're looking for the yellow-green cable. And the yellow-green cable has a connector on it that's Papa 851. It should be from the lid, the aft Velcro strap on the lid.
Copy that.
This is Mission Control Houston, approaching the 2-hour mark into today's spacewalk as Terry Virts and Butch Wilmore play out a series of cables, the first 4 such cables that will be laid under the port micrometeoroid debris shield on the forward end cone of the Harmony module, ultimately to be hooked up to pressurized mating adapter number 2. All of this cable work, it's not difficult, it's simply tedious work to route these cables to the proper connectors. A series of 4 cables for the port shield. There will be 1 cable routed underneath the starboard micrometeoroid debris shield later in this spacewalk. There are 2 jumper cables, 1 cable also to be attached to the Destiny laboratory of the International Space Station. There are 2 additional cables that will be routed to the interface for the what used to be the station to shuttle power transfer system at the forward end of the Harmony module, where it connects to pressurized mating adapter number 2. The 2 cables associated with that Spitz interface are get-ahead tasks for today. If time permits, Wilmore and Virts will press ahead to route those 2 cables as well. If they cannot get to that today, that will be the first task on tap for Wednesday's second spacewalk.
And that has
in all, there are 10 cables that are being routed into place for the connections between the Harmony module and pressurized mating adapter number 2 that will set the stage for the installation of the first of the 2 international docking adapters onto PMA2 later this year. 6 cables associated with this primary timeline for today. There are 2 get-ahead cables and 2 jumper cables as well. 21 legs of separate power, heating, and telemetry routing, and a total of 364 feet of cable being played out in today's spacewalk and at the beginning of the next spacewalk on Wednesday morning.
And guys, before we go to the next cable, could you verify on the first cable we laid, the leg alpha is nadir and leg bravo is zenith?
That is affirmative. Alpha has two cables. It splits into 2. It is nadir, and Bravo is a single cable. It is zenith.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, and Butch, if you've verified the connector can reach 851, Terry, head back to the bag, and I got your next cable for you.
That's verified.
Is it blue?
Copy that. And you guys take a look at make sure both of your safety tethers are clear.
As far as I can see.
Yeah, EV2 safety tether's clear, and EV1, your safety tether looks good. It's underneath
Yeah, that's just
like the wires, they're already there.
That's fine. Yeah. That's probably good. Keeps it clear of you better.
Yeah, actually, that's a good fair lead. And is the next cable blue, Wheels?
Affirmative. Affirmative, Terry. The next cable is blue from the top shelf forward strap, Velcro strap. It should have a connector Papa 852.
I got it.
Okay, for both of you, this is going under Node 2 handrail 319.
The third in this series of cables now in the process of being routed by Wilmore and Wirtz at the 2-hour mark into today's spacewalk, the first of 3 that this duo will conduct over the course of the next 8 days.
As you're looking at it, rotate it clockwise 1 rev.
This way? Clockwise would be this way.
As you're looking at it, yeah. There you go.
I didn't want to do that.
It did not want to do that?
It doesn't want. It's got a lot of resistance to do that.
Okay, here, give it to me. I'll do it out here.
Hang on a second. Let's see how are they supposed to go?
Well, there's another twist between up here.
Delta's low and Echo Fox high.
Right.
So which one is this?
Oh,
let's see here. I can't see on it yet.
This is Echo right here.
That's good.
And this is.
There are 3 legs on that. The leg Delta goes nadir, and legs Echo and Foxtrot go zenith.
If you can see a Foxtrot on that, I don't see a Delta on this one.
But before we get there, it's twisted up here. I need to pull it out. Let me just twist it one time real quick.
Okay, sure. Do it now.
And guys, just as a heads up, leg Foxtrot is going to have that split cable as well, so it's going to look like a double cable as well.
Okay. You see a Delta on any of these?
I'm looking. I think, I don't know if that's an O or Delta. Somebody Sharpie something on there. This is Echo for sure.
That one's Echo. That goes high.
Yeah. Echo goes zenith.
Goes zenith.
Okay. What else goes zenith, Wheels? Just Echo?
Foxtrot. Echo and Foxtrot.
Echo and Foxtrot go zenith.
All right, I'm looking for a Foxtrot. Here's Foxtrot. All right, these 2 guys right here go zenith. I got them.
Okay, then we can back and rotate this back around this way. That's good. Come towards me. I gotta have more.
Just 1 second. Let me finish this twist.
Okay.
All right, there's 3 cables loosely tied on the zenith, Echo and Foxtrot, and the other one. That's right. That's tied down with Foxtrot.
Copy that.
Okay, there's a good reach. Can you try it on Delta now?
I can confirm. Delta. And that goes on the nadir, right?
It does.
Affirmative. It goes on the nadir. And then, Butch, it looks like through your WVS, it looks like you've kind of done a reach check to Julia 852, correct?
Affirmative.
Copy. Thanks.
Delta's loosely water tied on 319 nadir.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. Okay, Terry, we'll send you back to the bag.
Going back. Going back to the penalty box. Red and white?
Affirmative. Red and white from the top shelf, forward zenith Velcro strap. You see the red and white cable. It's got a Papa 850 connector on it.
And now the 4th in the series of cables being placed into position by Wirtz and Wilmore as they continue the preparatory work before those cables are connected to a series of connectors underneath the the micrometeoroid debris shield on the starboard side of the forward end cone of the Harmony module.
Good call on that. That goes on the over Node 2 handrail 319. This also has
Hotel and Nader.
This also has 3 legs. Golf and Hotel go Nader, and Juliet goes Zenith.
Okay, Bruce, can you hold this real quick?
Yes, I have it.
Yeah, you got it.
There's Golf Hotel. That's Juliet. How does that work? Or does it?
The legs referred to by Capcom Doug Wheelock are paths for power and telemetry that these newly installed cables will route through PMA2, pressurized mating adapter number 2, into the new international docking adapter ports once they are installed to the PMA2, the first of which to be installed on PMA2, the second of which to be installed on PMA3 on the space-facing side of the Harmony module.
Which leg was Zenith wheels?
Juliet goes Zenith, Golf Hotel goes Nader.
Okay.
Juliet goes Zenith. That's correct.
Okay.
And
Work, Terry.
You're the mule on this one.
That's good. Broadening my resume.
Exactly. And wheels, this one is positioned right at J850.
perfect. We see that, Butch, that you're measuring that out to Juliet 850. Thank you.
The Juliet is loosely wire tied to the outside of 319 Zenith.
Copy.
And this one needs to go outside of Nader, if you can get it.
Right there. Yeah, I can get it. Golf and Hotel are going Nader.
Affirmative.
This view from a camera on the truss of the International Space Station looking down the length of the Japanese Kibo module to the work site that Wilmore and Verts are at as they route the cables on the starboard side of the forward end cone of the Harmony module that will later be attached to pressurized mating adapter number 2. That is the black spherical component that you see just under Terry Verts, who's working on the top side of that work site. And the view from the helmet camera for Terry Verts as he looks down at the myriad, the rat's nest of cables that he's currently working with. The International Space Station flying 257 statute miles over northern Peru, about to cross the border between Peru and Colombia. This track will carry the station and the spacewalkers across Venezuela and the northwest coast of South America a short time from now.
All right, that's loose.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, nice work, guys. Nice work. And Butch, we're going to have you positioned now to do the 4 connectors. We recommend a BRT site of handrail 325 if you can get there. That's a Node 2 handrail 325. And Terry, as Butch is getting set up, will take a glove check and a hap check from you.
Copy that.
I am set up, wheels on BRT to 325.
Perfect.
See these marks, Terry, the black?
I can't see them right now.
Yeah, you'll see them when you get to them. Okay. On your side, and that's what it's supposed to go point inboard. Okay?
So the 4 cables for the starboard side of the forward end cone of the Harmony module are now routed correctly, and now Wilmore will be mating those 4 cables to their respective connectors underneath that micrometeoroid debris shield. 2 hours, 9 minutes into the spacewalk, the crew members making up time with every passing minute.
In position there.
The spacewalk having begun at 6:45 a.m. Central Time this morning.
We recommend for keying and things, if you want to disconnect one and reconnect the new cable before you move to the next one, that'd be a good order. or any order you see fit.
That's what I'll do, Wills.
Copy that. You have a go.
First one's hard to get to, boy.
Do you need my help, Butch?
I need your what? Help?
On that?
Well, it's just hard to get to because it's underneath here.
Roger. While you're reaching, I'm right here at the crew lock bag. I'm going to snap a quick picture.
Okay. Well, it's moving. I can see the red band now, but it is like a click at a time.
And
remove it?
Yes.
Butch, if you think the tool will help to get you better reach, we can send Terry to get the tool.
Yeah, I might be imparting force to this at the top. Okay, the first one's disconnected.
You want me to grab the tool, or?
No, I just disconnected the first one. Okay.
And Butch, before you reconnect the new line, if you can give us a FOD and pins and good EMI band check.
Yep, I checked the one going in. It's good. No FOD, and of course it's the female, and good EMI. And as far as I can see on the other, it looks like it's got good pins.
Okay, copy that. You have a go to connect.
And the first of the old cables has been demated from the port side of the forward end of the Harmony module, where a PMA2 is attached. Again, the demating of the old cables and the routing and mating of these new cables will set the stage for the proper power, heating, and telemetry that will flow from PMA2 into the new international docking adapter that will be attached to PMA2 in Spacewalk to be conducted this summer during Expedition 44 by the one-year crew member Scott Kelly and his expedition crewmate Kjell Lindgren, who will spend 6 months on the International Space Station.
Tough one, but it's underneath.
Yeah, but you're reading our minds there. If the Sharpie marks are aligned, that'll help you on the keying as well.
Yeah, but I may need you to come down here and
all right, I'm on my way.
push this in.
Butch, I don't know
to lift up.
if the cable that's zenith of you, Butch, the next connector, if you remove that, if that would give you better access with your arm.
It might.
Wilmore is fighting against tough clearances there at that particular cable relocation position. He'll be assisted here momentarily by Terry Virts as they reattach one of the new laid cables to that attachment point on the starboard side, or rather the port side, on the forward end cone of the Harmony module. The micrometeoroid debris shield that covers this area was removed a short time ago and stowed temporarily to provide the crew members access for the detachment of 4 old cables and the laying and attachment of these 4 new cables that are specifically designed for the new international docking adapters.
I worked up a ladder on that one. All right, disconnected. Red line is not visible.
Perfect. Nice work, Butch.
And somewhere right above your head, Butch.
Okay. All right, I need some slack on this blue one. There we go.
I can pull some more if you need it.
I'll second Mike.
My feet are right behind your place.
Okay. Push on me.
How's that?
More.
Hold on a second.
Stand on me.
And Butch, on this connector, before you connected, did you take a look at the EMI band and no pod?
I did. I checked them all at the beginning before while I was waiting. All the EMI bands are good. I should have called that out. Y'all were talking. Like I said, this is a female as well. And the pins on the other side, as best I can tell, they look good.
Okay, copy that, Butch. Thank you.
Thanks, Will.
So the first of the 4 cables on the port side of the forward end cone of the Harmony module securely attached, and Wilmore now working on the second of the 4.
How about that TTS MTL supply?
Yeah.
That'll work.
That'd be a good one.
Or the, yeah.
If you can push on me.
I got a lot of force right in the middle of your, not a lot, but I'm pushing in the middle of your back.
Well,
the black line is not radial in.
Yeah, I know. I've tried it all the way around.
Did you?
That's more.
I could see a jump right there, but that may be a thread, not a...
And we're recommending, we think maybe for the keying, Butch, that bundle you have right there in your left hand, maybe swing it, get a little more slack and swing it a little more to your left to get the keying right, I think.
Rotate it counterclockwise if he's looking at it?
Affirmative.
I keep floating away.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to get a BRT down so I can push better.
This cable's coming out. Let me,
All right, you ready?
push.
Okay, pushing.
Butch, we'll need to ask you to take the end effector, your mini workstation end effector off that line, please. Thanks.
All right.
Pushing.
Let me grab again.
And Butch, if you can make sure I don't know if you can actually see into the master key.
Hang on, I got it on there. Let me just see if I can get down and put it on now.
We're going to want the inspection mirror, Butch.
I'm going to let you get eyes on them too after I'm done.
Okay. I'm just wondering if I should go grab the inspection mirror.
This one was not quite keyed over far enough. This,
The black, oh, right.
see there?
Yeah.
A little bit more would have been better.
Yeah.
But we got it. All right, that was good too. No red showing.
Nice work, Butch. Nice work to both of you. Good teamwork. Kind of like back in those old two-a-days, huh, Butch?
You might have had 2 a days, Wills. We had 3 days.
Ouch.
It Air Force, we just had all day.
Yeah.
A bit of playful jousting between Navy Captain Butch Wilmore and Army Colonel Doug Wheelock. The second of the 4 cables now connected properly. Moving on to cable number 3.
You want me to push?
Push.
Okay.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
That one didn't grab.
But you did take a look at that EMI band as well, I guess.
I did. Yeah, that's what I said. I looked at all of them earlier when I first got the cables down here. They're all good. Thank you, Wills.
And the pins on the No 2 side look good as well.
They do.
Copy. Thank you, sir.
Copy. Here's Terry.
Okay.
Good job. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
As best I can tell, there's no red showing. Like I said, we're going to let you get your eyes on it when I'm done.
Okay. Which mirror lets me see in there?
Do this last one.
Okay.
This one gets a different clocking as well.
Is that 850 is the last one?
850. All right, Wills, guess what? I'm going to remember to share it. The pins look good on 850, J850. Those 5, good EMI, and all this female side looks good as well.
Great. Thanks a lot, Butch.
Can you push on me, Terry?
Okay, I'm pushing.
Oh, I had it. Done. Do it again. Try again. Well, I want you to pass my supreme thanks for whoever drew these black lines on here.
The thanks are passed, and we have big smiles.
Yeah, that cuff checklist was great for the wire ties. That was very, very useful.
All right, Terry.
What you need?
Get your inspection mirror and let's look at these guys.
Okay, let me get the BRT off.
I got to cool down.
Yeah. Serve Metox.
Serve Metox.
And
well, I think I got them all alone.
Really nice work, Butch. And then, Terry, you'll find that inspection mirror in crew lock bag 2.
okay. I was going to try it. What do you think, Butch? Should I go get the inspection mirror?
So all 4 of the newly laid international docking adapter cables under the port micrometeoroid debris shield on the forward end cone of the Harmony module are now connected. And the next task for Wilmore and Wirtz as they approach the 2.5-hour mark into their spacewalk will be the reinstallation of that shield before they move on to the starboard side to do the same work.
Well, you know that big red-lipped wrench that we talked about might have got real good here.
For some reason, Reed disagreed with you.
I think he did.
Well, I'm ready the inspection mirror, and on my way back to the work site.
Copy that, Terry. And Butch, for you, we were taking a look at the that one cable that's kind of routed over the water line, but we feel like there's going to be enough space vertically between that and the panel, so we don't think that's going to be a problem.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I don't know that we want to move it to put pressure on it. I think maybe like that's probably the best bet.
Yeah, we're thinking the same thing. And we think there's enough vertical clearance there once we put the panel back in as well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree. Looks like it'll be good.
My visor's up.
My visor's been up.
Yeah. Getting a little dark. All right, here it is.
Go ahead and use it.
Okay. On 850. Yeah, you want? Thank you. Yeah, I can still see right down there.
Can you?
Yeah, here.
Here. Let me hold it. Oh.
Okay.
You able to turn it?
Yep.
Good.
Yep.
Good work, Terry.
I see it. I got an extra 2/3 of a turn. Yeah, now it's gone. There's no right there.
Nice work, brother.
Yeah. God, that was a lot. That was a lot of work. That was not a easy. Yep. All right. 850 is good on all sides, Will. The green yellow one is 851. That looks good there. Can you see it, Butch?
No.
Okay.
Two hours, 31 minutes into the spacewalk, Wilmore and Wirtz, working in tight quarters and in tandem with one another, have routed and mated the new international docking adapter cables on the port side of the forward end cone of the Harmony module. They're conducting a final inspection of their handiwork before they press ahead to reinstall that micrometeoroid debris shield.
On 852, you copying this, Will?
Copying.
I think we're in a handover. 852 is good, and the blue and white one.
We copied you, Terry. 852 and 851 are good.
Okay. And I'm on the blue and white cable. I can't read the number on it, but
that should be.
They're in the process of restraining the previously demated cables that had resided under that debris shield to one another with wire ties, so that will provide the proper clearance for the reinstallation of that debris shield.
Yeah, that one's definitely good. I'm just going to give him one more.
Push down.
Thanks. All right, good work, Butch. Those are all on tight. No red bands on all four of the cables we just installed.
Okay, that's really great news. Great work working together, guys.
And the other cables are out of the way. They will not be a factor. Most of them are wire tied pretty close, zip tied, I'm sorry. So they all look good.
Copy that, Butch.
I'm putting the inspection mirror back, right, Will?
Yeah, go ahead and put the inspection mirror back, Terry, and just make sure the crew lock bag is also latched closed.
Okay.
And Butch, for the cables that we demated, what we're concerned about there is if they'd be flopping around during any kind of accelerations. If you feel like they're too loose in there, we could just take them all in one bundle and kind of wire tie them off to the side.
I could wire tie them together if you'd like that.
That would be.
There's nothing to wire tie them to.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking. Just to wire tie them together with one of the new lines that you came in with. You could just tie them off to one of those new lines.
Nice moon and Mars above the starboard arrays up there.
I got a face full of module.
In front of the setting sun.
2 hours, 35 minutes into the spacewalk, the International Space Station and its crew members outside, passing 257 miles above Ukraine, moving into an orbital sunset. You heard a moment ago Terry Virts acknowledging the sight of the moon and Mars over one of the solar arrays as he looked up, a harbinger of future deep space exploration.
All right. Back in there. Boot is shut.
Okay, great. Terry, thanks. Terry, we'll have you work your way back down the next test when Butch is tightening off those loose cables just to kind of wire and tie them back so they don't flop around underneath that shield. Then we're going to be working together to put and reinstall the shield.
All right. You want some pictures and video of this, correct? Didn't you, Wills?
Yeah, if we will take a WVS closeout, we're coming up on a night pass, so if you could train your lights on there and get some pictures as well, that'd be great. And we're
my lights on it. It's going to be pretty dark here.
Yeah, we're about 4 minutes out from sunset too, so.
Everyone here on the ground happy with the work conducted by Wilmore and Virts to demate and route cabling under the port micrometeoroid debris shield location at the forward end of the Harmony module, to which pressurized mating adapter number 2 is attached. It will be PMA2 that will be the port of call for the installation of the first of the 2 new international docking adapters to which U.S. commercial crew vehicles will link up to in the years ahead. The reinstallation of that port micrometeoroid debris shield is on tap now for the 2 spacewalkers. 2 hours and 38 minutes into the first of 3 such spacewalks they will be conducting over the next 8 days to conduct this type of cabling work to lubricate the end effector on the Canadarm2 robotic arm on the International Space Station, and a week from tomorrow to complete the preparatory work for the first international docking adapter's arrival by laying communications antennas and additional cabling along the length of the truss of the International Space Station for a system known as the C2V2, the acronym for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, a type of U.S. version of the Corps' automated rendezvous equipment used on the Russian segment of the International Space Station, but which will be employed by the new U.S. commercial crew vehicles for rendezvous and docking and navigational information.
I got some from this angle.
Super. Got one of me.
Ready?
Ready?
Hold on a second. Okay. Let me get the thing out of the way.
That's all right. Thing in the way probably be a better shot of me. It hide me a little bit. Feel lights down.
Yeah, got him.
Nice work, guys. And Butch, before we get started on the shield, we'd like a glove and hap check from you, please.
You bet.
We've passed out of range of our downlink television capability from the International Space Station. We do not expect to regain our TV from the station through the KU band communications system for about 45 minutes now.
Yeah, it is a good glove. Good app. No change to the glove from earlier.
EV2 saying no change.
Okay, copy that. And we're down to...
so you know in these pictures...
Go ahead, Butch.
Well, they're going to say, so you know in these pictures, the first couple, the top cable was not secured, and I have since wedged it in. The final pictures will show that, and wedged in between the other cables that I tied together, and it is very secure now, just so you know.
Okay, copy that. Thank you, Butch. And for both of you, we're down video right now just for lack of KU, so we're audio only for a little bit here. So we'll talk you through the steps, and we'll just need your feedback on each step.
Copy. Tighten these two while I hold them.
Sure. Just a second. I'm on a BRT, so I gotta...
Yeah, this is where we need to really push these down and get them low profile.
Before we put the panel on?
Yeah.
And we just adjust...
tighten that really tight.
The crew continues to run about 18 minutes ahead of the timeline. That is measured in phased elapsed time, or PET. The elapsed time from the moment at which they place their suits on internal battery power to begin the official start of the spacewalk today. Here in the flight control room, a team of flight controllers on duty under the direction of Tony Sakachi, second from the right. On the far right is Flight Director Greg Whitney, who will preside over the second of these three spacewalks this coming Wednesday. Sakachi will be back at the helm a week from tomorrow for the third of the three spacewalks. They are joined on console just at the top of the screen, veteran astronaut Doug Wheelock, who is communicating with Wilmore and Virts throughout the course of the spacewalk, and just next to him is astronaut Scott Tingle, who is monitoring other station systems during the course of today's excursion by Wilmore and Virts.
How's that right there? Is it ready to tighten this one down?
Yes. That's a big, thick one there, that F.
That is a big one, yeah.
That might be hard. Just leave yourself some slacks when we put the panel on.
Great. And I'm sorry, but the cables we pulled out are UR tied in. I see that, okay?
Yes.
Looks good. Spoke and made light. It is dark out here with no light, that's for sure.
Yeah, here on the front. Dark. Hey. Are you ready for the panel?
I'm ready.
Are we ready for that, Wheels?
We're ready for the panel, guys. So working together, we're going to go ahead and reinstall the MMOD shield.
Terry, I got a hold of it.
Okay.
And Butch, if you need a BRT location, we can recommend 403, but...
Yeah, that 403 is too far away.
Copy.
I'm going to BRT after we get this kind of back to 325.
Copy.
Should I route this? This red is going underneath of it. Should we go over top on the outer diameter or the inner diameter, you think, Butch?
It needs to go, we're going to bring it forward as soon as I can get a hand.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're going to bring it up this way.
Hold on a second.
Slide it in.
Okay.
Are you ready? Yeah, this red's got to go on top, you're right.
So it's going straight over.
It needs to go on top. There we go.
There we go.
I'm underneath on my side.
All right, I'm underneath on my side.
Hang on a second. It's got my safety tether. Okay, it's clear.
Yeah, just to be clear, my safety tether is clear of everything. Yeah, it's not wanting to go down. I think we need to put a little bit more slack in the cables.
Well, it's not necessarily just a slack. We might have to work together. Like, I can push this side down, but I can't push it and screw it in at the same time.
Right. It's really going to be pushing on these cables up here.
Yeah, you need to release if you release now that we got it on there,
right,
release the tension on the wire tie. We'll push them down. This middle one's good. It's that top one.
Yeah.
And this one down, next one down. Yeah. Good. Yeah, release that right there. That way we can push them down.
Right.
There you go. Just keep around them. I wouldn't. I just leave it loose.
Yeah, that's pretty loose, just in case, all right?
Yeah.
That's pushed in about as far as it'll go.
Now, look here. Push down right here. On those, like where I'm doing it here. Push down in that gap. Get them in the gap. It has to go in the gap.
Like that?
Yeah. And push it down. There you go. See there? Like, can you hand start that one?
Try.
And on the hand start, we'd like to do them in bolt order: bolt 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I know that was written that way, Wheels. But the realistic on this is that the center is what's bulging, and if we can get that one started just a couple of turns, it'll help us on the bottom and the top, and then we'll tighten them down 1, 2, and 3. How about that?
Checking, Butch.
Yeah.
We can try that.
Not catching.
We can try that, Butch, if you can get it that way. The reason of bolt 1 is a fixed bolt, so that's why if you can get 2.
Push that down. There. Yeah, we're not trying to get it, just to get it started. Let me try this one.
Copy that. We can cover with that.
Bolt 1's a fixed bolt. Okay.
All right, I got 2 started.
I got 1 started. Amazing. 3's going to be a booger.
3's hard to get, yeah.
Way pushed out. And push on it for you.
All right, started.
Are you kidding me?
We got him. Nope. It's staying there.
Amazing. You're my favorite spacewalker.
You're definitely mine. What else you got settings for me?
Okay, on the PGT, Alpha 3, clockwise 2.
All right. I'm PRT'd on 325 volts.
Okay, copy that, Butch.
Copy Alpha. Copy that. Alpha 3, clockwise 2.
Roger. We're expecting 9 turns again. This should be on bolt 1. 9 turns again.
Copy that. I got to cal it again. When you turn the alpha, it turns itself off It's all right. Cow passed. Clockwise 2 motor, and I think you said Alpha 3.
Alpha 3, affirmative.
And go to a hard stop.
Affirmative.
Three turns.
Okay.
Can you read it off?
Yeah. Let me read the numbers.
Good light.
Yep. 4.8 on the torque, 1.7 turns.
Yeah,
good light.
There's more than that.
We'll take that as 4 turns, including the hand tighten. Including the hand tighten. You think, Butch?
Yeah, I do. That's a good call, Wills.
Okay, copy. Then, as needed, whoever's doing bolt 2, we're ready on bolt 2.
Here comes bolt 2.
Same settings, Alpha 3, clockwise 2.
Okay. Actual torque was 4.7, and the number of turns was 2, plus probably 1 hand turn.
Okay, copy.
I got 3 right here.
You got it?
Yep. Just trying to get my red free.
That was 6.
Yeah, that was 6 wheels with a green torque light and 4.6 on the torque.
Okay, copy. 6 turns on bolt 3.
As we approach the 3-hour mark into today's spacewalk, Wilmore and Verts are in the process of reattaching the micrometeoroid debris shield on the port side of the forward end cone of the Harmony module, underneath which they detached 4 old cables and laid out and attached 4 brand new cables for the international docking adapters that will be attached to the pressurized mating adapter number 2 that is attached to the forward end of the Harmony module.
See the hole with the there you go.
Man.
Once they complete the reattachment of this debris shield, they'll move on to the starboard side of pressurized mating adapter number 2 and the forward end of the Harmony module that you see here in this animated depiction of the work that is yet to be conducted. They'll replicate what they did on the port side, remove a debris shield, and then they'll lay a 5th cable down. In all, there are 10 cables associated with the reconfiguration of pressurized mating adapter number 2. It is hoped that if time permits, they'll be able to get to a total of 8 cables and 2 jumper cables today. If they start to fall behind, however, there are 2 final cables that will wait for the start of the second spacewalk on Wednesday morning, in which Wilmore and Verts will venture once again outside of the Quest airlock to complete this cable routing work and to also lubricate the end effector on the Canadarm2 robotic arm.
Okay, copy that, guys.
Same on 320, all cables.
Okay, copy that, guys. That they're free and not being pinched, and that's great. Okay, nice work. Really, really nice work. Okay, we're ready for the T-handles now. We'll go ahead and remove those T-handles. Butch or Terry are working together, and Terry...
This rest there first, Terry.
One more time, Butch.
I just told Terry I was getting a lower ret first.
Copy that.
All right, I've got a positive ret to both of the T-handles. And a bunch of you just release. Yep, that one's good. And then that one right there. I'll get that one. Where do I return these to? Crew lock bag 1 or 2 wheels? 1.
Actually, we're going to use those.
Keep them with me and put them on the other panel.
Yeah, we're going to use those on the other panel. And then before we leave the work site there,
perfect.
Butch, if you could just check the wire ties that now where they're coming out of the gaps, that we should get 3 twists on those now, and then stow the tails of the wire tie in low profile.
Okay, 320 Nader, that's complete, and I'm getting the Zenith one now.
Copy that.
While Butch is doing that, I'll go install the T-handles.
Sounds great, Terry. Just make your way over to the starboard panel and go ahead and install those.
Copy.
So just over an hour after it was removed, the port micrometeoroid debris shield has been reattached. Everything's secure in that regard. The crew now will make its way over to the starboard side and conduct the same work at the forward end cone of the Harmony module, to which pressurized mating adapter number 2 is attached.
All right, wheels, I see panels. Charlie 2-05, and I see an EVA sign.
319 Nader's complete, Wills.
Copy. Thanks, Butch. You can make your way over to the starboard shield with Terry.
Yeah, I've got one more on. I got the Zenith on 319. Stand back.
Copy that, Butch.
And 319 Zenith is complete.
Copy, Butch. And Butch, you'll make your way over to the starboard side, actually to Ida Bag Bravo. Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
All right, wheels, both T-handles are installed with good pull tests. And help me out with where the rest go again.
The Nader T-handle should go to node 2 handrail 311, and the Zenith T-handle to 329.
Okay. Okay, I'm putting Zenith on 329 right now. Inboard or outboard, does it matter?
Checking.
I'm going to put it outboard because the inboard is kind of clobbered with stuff. That's okay.
Actually, that'll work, Terry. Thank you. Outboard.
Okay. Okay. Zenith is the 329.
Wills, am I ready to open the lid on this bag? Or no?
Negative, not yet. Not yet, Butch, yeah.
First.
Yeah, we'll do the panel first. And
Okay. Well, there's a wire tie on 311. Can I read for that wire tie?
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 1 minute into the spacewalk by Butch Wilmore and Terry Virts.
We'd like you to go to
the 185th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. And this spacewalk, the first in a trio to be conducted over the next 8 days.
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
Preparing the International Space Station's docking ports, called pressurized mating adapters, for the arrival of new international docking adapter ports that will be attached to PMA-2 and PMA-3 in the months ahead. The forerunner for the arrival of U.S. commercial crew vehicles to be launched out of Florida in the years ahead.
Okay, and once you got your
work on the port side of the forward end cone of the Harmony module, to which pressurized mating adapter number 2 is attached, is now complete. The crew making its way over to the starboard side. They'll remove a micrometeoroid debris shield from that side of the forward end of Harmony and route a 5th cable to join the 4 cables on the port side, whose work is now complete.
Okay, copy that, Butch.
Get the glove check. No change to the gloves, except for one RTB on the right thumb, and a good baseline half check.
Copy, Butch.
No change to glove, a good half check.
Okay, copy Terry as well. Copy both of you. So now we're going to work on the panel. So we anticipate.
Ready for settings.
Okay, copy that. Settings on the PGT, Bravo 4, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 4, counterclockwise 2, set.
As was the case with the port debris shield, now the crew on the starboard side of the forward end of Harmony will use a pistol grip tool to release 3 bolts holding the starboard shield in place so that they have access underneath to detach an existing cable and to play out and attach a new cable for the international docking adapter.
Will, can you remind me how close I am to that antenna you mentioned when we first started on Columbus?
We're about 22 minutes away from reacquiring a downlink television capability through our tracking and data relay satellite system, as the International Space Station and its 6 crew members, including our 2 spacewalkers, fly 257 statute miles over Western Australia, moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
That, Terry. And Butch, I'm trying to give you distance there, but it's the zenith forward kind of quadrant of the Columbus. So just kind of keep from maybe putting your bliss back too far in that way. Pull yourself forward a little bit.
Okay.
And the wire stuck for the first rev, and then it came loose, so just out the erosion.
Okay, copy.
Bravo 4, what was it again? Bravo 4?
Bravo 4, counterclockwise 2.
Copy. Three. Okay, that was about 8 turns on bolt 3.
Copy that, Butch.
bolt one's released. That was 9 turns.
Okay, copy that.
Got it?
Yep, I got it.
Copy, Butch.
The focus of attention, of course, today is the laying of cables that will prepare the pressurized mating adapter on the forward end of the Harmony module for the installation of the first of 2 international docking adapters that are being developed by the Boeing Corporation for launch on SpaceX Dragon cargo ships in the months ahead. You see a picture of one of these docking adapters that meets international docking standards. It is essentially 68 inches wide by 32 inches tall, with a mass of 750 pounds. The first of these 2 docking adapters to be launched in mid-June on a SpaceX Dragon cargo craft to the station in the trunk of Dragon.
864.
It will be delivered to the station and installed this summer during a spacewalk by Expedition 44 crew members Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren. Kelly, of course, to be launched in 5 weeks on a Soyuz vehicle from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan with Mikhail Kornienko, with whom he will spend a full year on board the International Space Station. They'll be launching along with Russian cosmonaut Gennady Padalka, who will spend 6 months on board the orbital outpost. The second of the 2 docking adapters will be launched on a later SpaceX Dragon flight this year. It will be attached to pressurized mating adapter number 3 that is currently located attached to the Tranquility module of the International Space Station. PMA-3 will be relocated and attached to the top side, the space-facing or zenith side of the Harmony module, almost in the exact location where the 2 spacewalkers are working today.
Terry, as you're getting ready there, when Butch hands you this cable, it goes over handrail 314.
Copy over 314. Should I demate first?
Affirmative, Terry. The BRT recommended location is 313 if you don't already have that, and you have a go to demate Papa 864 from Juliet 864.
Okay, I actually BRT'd on Columbus. That was pretty handy. And I'm demating 864.
Copy.
864 is free.
Perfect, thank you. So, Butch, for you, the red cable should be on the lid, the forward Velcro straps.
With the starboard debris shield having been removed by Wilmore and Wirtz, the crew now pressing ahead to demate a 5th cable, a red cable that has been located under that debris shield, providing connectivity between the Harmony module and pressurized mating adapter number 2. A new cable will be played out and installed in its place, as was the case with the 4 previous cables under the port shield of the forward end cone of Harmony.
Is it over? Can I just mate it? And...
Hang on a second. Let me check it. It comes Nader 314.
Okay.
And it looks like it goes outside.
Yeah, over top of 314, that's correct.
Okay, so...
Yeah, over.
On the Nader side, correct, Wills?
Affirmative, Nader.
I don't see a wire tie there.
Affirmative, Nader.
Okay.
Yeah, we're anticipating we won't need one just for this one cable.
Okay, copy.
For those keeping score, a total of 10 cables are involved in this routing process to prepare pressurized mating adapter number 2 for the acceptance of the first of the 2 international docking ports
back toward the bag and make sure you get out any twist that you might see. Also,
there are a total of 8 cables in all that are being routed in and around the forward end of the Harmony module, and there are 2 jumper cables as part of this complement of cable components that are being routed for the installation of the first of the 2 new docking adapters. 21 different legs of power, heating, and telemetry are to be employed through these new cables. 364 feet of cable being played out today, and on the third of the 3 spacewalks, next Sunday, March 1st, that will install 2 communications antennas on either side of the truss of the International Space Station for the new common communications for visiting vehicle hardware, navigational and rendezvous equipment, if you will. Another 400 feet of cable will be played out at that time for a total of 764 feet of cable in all on these 3 spacewalks.
All right, it's all the way on, and I can verify just with my eyeballs that the red line got covered up. It's a good connection all the way down. And I saw very clearly the red line disappear below the connector.
Okay, copy that. So good disappearance of the reference line.
And I've got my wrist mirror it's right down there next to it, and I can see that also. I got the EVA one. That was good pushing, which if you had not pushed, I could not have gotten that on there.
Here, stand by just a second. Let me hand you the camera.
So the 5th cable now has been installed, this one on the starboard side of the forward end cone of the Harmony module. The crew will be coming up on a short loss of signal period here, after which they'll complete the reinstallation of the debris shield on the starboard side of Harmony.
Tight on the bolts until we're back with you on the other side if we happen to drop out.
We talk about wheels, we'll just finger tight and we'll hold till you're back.
Copy that, and Terry, the one cable that you released inside there, we'd like you to restrain it with the wire tie to the new cable that you put in, if you could, please.
Okay, copy that.
Copy that. Thanks for the reminder. Restrain it to the red cable.
Yeah, you could just restrain it to the new red cable that's coming underneath there. We just want to keep it from flopping around.
You ready, bud? Okay, copy that. Going back into red. Wheels, I've got one more wire tie on my wire tie caddy. I'm going to use that one.
Okay, copy.
Let there be light.
And coming up on sunrise as well, guys.
Already happened.
Already self-correcting, huh?
The International Space Station passing to the south of New Zealand, about to begin a track that will carry it across the southern Pacific Ocean from southwest to northeast, orbiting at an altitude of 257 statute miles. We've passed out of range of our tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll be reacquiring both video and voice from the International Space Station in about 7 minutes or so. 3 hours and 17 minutes into the spacewalk today. 5 cables for the new international docking adapters have been routed at the forward end of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. The work to be done in the second half of this spacewalk now will be the deployment of the newly attached cables that will be affixed to various points and handrails along the body of the Harmony module and the Destiny laboratory of the International Space Station. The spacewalk officers here in Mission Control report that the crew is running about 30 minutes ahead of the timeline. This after they began their spacewalk 35 minutes behind the original start time, simply due to a more deliberate approach to the pre-spacewalk preparations in the wee hours this morning. All of the spacesuits systems for both Wilmore and Virts are functioning perfectly. No issues associated technically with today's excursion by the 2 spacewalkers.
You can hold on for 1 second. I'd like to be a key.
And here we've grabbed a slice of television once again from the International Space Station. You're looking at the red stripes on the legs of Butch Wilmore, the Expedition 42 commander, who will be returning to Earth soon to complete 5.5 months on board the orbital outpost. Wilmore and his 2 Russian cosmonaut Soyuz crewmates, Alexander Samokhutyaev and Elena Serova, due to undock from the International Space Station on March 11th U.S. time in the Soyuz TMA-14M spacecraft for their parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan.
Yeah, these look a lot easier to finish start than the others, son.
Before they undock, however, Wilmore on March 10th will be handing over command of the International Space Station to his spacewalking crewmate, Terry Virts, who will be the commander for Expedition 43. That will get underway at the time of the undocking of Wilmore and his crew. Virts will be the commander of the space station between mid-March and mid-May until he returns to Earth. Virts does, with Samantha Cristoforetti of the European Space Agency and Russian cosmonaut Anton Shkaplerov.
Three in.
That was good.
Good. I guess we go, we'll wait. Are y'all there, Wills? Are you with us?
Yeah, we're back up with you.
Well, we got all 3 bolts fingers started.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so whoever's in position for bolt 1, that's a zenith bolt, we're ready to turn. Let me know when you're ready for settings on your PGT.
Go ahead and set it up now if you want to.
I'm ready for settings.
Okay, Terry. Alpha 3, clockwise 2.
Alpha 3, clockwise 2. I'll let Butch verify it.
See, Alpha 3, clock 2. Here we go.
You have a go to turn on bolt 1.
I got about a half a turn. With a good torque light. Yeah, I can't see it. It's too bright.
You were behind the sun.
All right, go ahead. You got it.
Okay, I got it.
Good light, though.
Okay, copy.
I had really turned number 1 several times, Will, so I would say there's at least 4 or more on 1, even though it only showed a half a turn.
Okay, copy that. Terry, when you're ready, Alpha 3, clockwise 2, we're ready on bolt 2 and 3.
Copy. Okay, 2, I got a green torque light, 3.5, and it was 6 turns.
Copy, Terry.
On bolt 2.
Are you getting 3?
Yeah, I got 3 right there.
Okay.
I got it in my hand. I'll just fire it up.
And Butch, when you're there and stable, we'll take a glove check and hap check from you, please.
Coming out, Wheels.
Green torque light, 4.6, and 6 turns on bolt 3. I think the whole thing is pretty secure, Wheels.
Okay, great news, Terry. Thank you. You could
Okay, for my right hand glove, I have a very small flake of Vectran at the base of the right index finger. That's the only thing different from before.
just the
RTV.
Just a little flap of RTV. Copy that.
Yes. And I got a good baseline hap check.
Okay, good hap check, and we copied that on the glove as well. That's the right glove as well, right?
That's affirmative.
Copy that. Okay, so Terry, when you're ready, we're going to collect up the T-handle tools.
Copy that. Putting that in work. Where do they go?
Stand by. So Terry, those two T handles will go into crew lock bag 1.
Okay, back over to Butch's crew lock bag.
Affirmative. And Butch, we need to hear some the words again on your right glove. You said it's just RTV at the bottom of your index finger, correct?
Base of my right index finger, a flake of RTV. That's affirmative.
Copy that. Thanks.
With that glove inspection satisfying the needs of the EVA officers here in Mission Control, we now have confirmed a good starboard debris shield reinstallation at 10:09 Central Time. 3 hours, 24 minutes into the spacewalk, the crew continuing to run about 20 or so minutes ahead of the timeline.
Okay, ready, com.
Okay, looks like we're back with you guys. Terry, as you make your way over to crew lock bag 1 to stow those T-handle tools, we'll take a crew lock bag 1 inventory from you. And Butch, we'd like you to move to crew lock bag 2 and give us an inventory on that bag.
Okay, in work.
Copy that, Will.
With all of the primary cables having been installed under the debris shields at the forward end of the Harmony module of the International Space Station, the next couple of hours of the spacewalk will be devoted to the deployment of those cables, playing out those cables on both sides of the deck of the Harmony module, if you will. As you can see in this animation, the cables, about 364 feet in all, will be played out and attached at various attachment points to await the installation of the first of the 2 international docking adapters that will arrive at the International Space Station about 4 months from now, and which will be installed at the forward end of the pressurized mating adapter number 2 on the forward end of the U.S. segment of the International Space Station this summer.
Yeah, they'll be
back with our television capability as the station and its crew members fly over the South Pacific. You're looking at Butch Wilmore as he checks out his inventory in the crew lock bags in which the cables were initially stowed before they were deployed for installation under those debris shields.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm standing by here at the T-handles.
Wilmore is working at the moment right next to the common berthing mechanism on the zenith or the space-facing side of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. It is to that berthing port to which pressurized mating adapter number 3 will be relocated from the Tranquility module to that common berthing mechanism that you're looking at, that circular berthing mechanism, and that will be the location for the second of the 2 international docking adapters to be installed on the station late this year.
And Terry, a little replan on the fly here, so we don't have to send you all the way over to crew lock bag 1. We're just going to put those T-handle tools in crew lock bag 2, and once Butch clears the area, once Butch clears the area, we'll take an inventory from you of crew lock bag 2.
Copy that.
Which is clearing the area.
Copy that, Butch. And as we're before we start laying out the purple cable, we'd like you to stop at crew lock bag 1, and we'll take an inventory from you there.
Going there now. Wills, it might take a minute, but I'm going to drop off this wire tie caddy that is empty and pick up the one in the crew lock bag that has wire ties in it in case I need them.
That sounds like a great plan, Butch.
Barry Wilmore on the left, Terry Virts on the right. The 2 crew members 3.5 hours into their spacewalk. The second for Wilmore in his career, the first for Virts, and the first of 3 that will play out over the next 8 days.
I'll hang on to my empty wire tie caddy. It's in the way of getting the PGT on.
These newly installed international docking adapter cables are going to be reeled out, if you will, and attached to various points on the Destiny laboratory of the International Space Station.
Okay, Bill. Tell me when you're ready for the inventory. crew lock bag 2.
And Butch, we'd rather you not use the taped ret hook, but if we can find another red in there, either integral or on your mini workstation, we'd rather have that.
I have no idea how that got that way or why it's that way. Oh well. Yeah, I wasn't going to use it. I was just trying to figure out what to do.
Helmet camera views for both Wilmore and Wirtz's helmet cameras, showing the myriad of equipment that they have at their disposal for this spacewalk.
To get that stowed, and Terry, we'll take that crew lock bag inventory from you when you're ready.
Okay. 1 second. Out of curiosity, I've got the GoPro. Is this a good time to put that on my mini workstation?
It's up to you, Terry. This one has the larger bracket, so if it might be a little bit of a trouble during translation, but if you would like to try it, you certainly have a go to do that.
Okay. I'll give it a try, and I'll be right here. I'll return it if I want to, if I need to.
Copy.
Yeah, we have our light up, and I'll leave it in here. Okay, yeah. Here comes the inventory for crew lock bag 2.
Okay, we're ready.
There's an adjustable. Okay. An adjustable tether on a hook. I'm going to go around all the hooks to begin with. There's a GoPro with a ret on an internal hook, on an internal ret. There's a T-handle also with a ret on a hook. There's a long T-handle with a ret on a hook. And when I say hook, it also has a ret to the hook.
Copy that.
There's another short T-handle with a ret on a ret to a hook. And there's another short T-handle, same config, with a ret on a ret to a hook. There's a inspection mirror on an integral ret. Going around the crew lock bag, there are 2 connector tools. And those are on integral rets. There is a adjustable on a hook. And there's a fish stringer on a hook. And it is connected to itself. And then finally, there is a EVA scissors on a ret to a hook. I'll copy.
Copied all that, Terry. Stand by.
That's a mouthful, Terry.
I tried to say it slow, but there's a lot of stuff in here.
Wirtz has completed the inventory of all of the tools that he has been using in his crew lock bag. Now the trick, of course, is to stuff all that stuff back inside the bag before he and Butch Wilmore press ahead to begin the routing of these newly installed international docking adapter cables from their current location at the forward end cone of Harmony all the way back to the Destiny laboratory of the International Space Station.
There's also an adjustable exterior of the bag.
We think that's okay. That's a good inventory as well. Butch, thank you on crew lock bag 1.
Super. Where am I going, Wheels?
Okay, Terry, you're going to move to the port bag. You're going to move to the IDA bag Alpha, and we're going to have you retrieving a cable. Let me know when you're there.
Copy.
Butch, we're going to start on the purple cable when you're ready.
I'm ready. I think I'm going to have to release my air lead before I start heading that way.
Yeah, copy that so you don't double back on yourself. That's a good call.
The purple cable that Capcom Doug Wheelock alluded to is a 6th in the series of cables. This one to be routed from the forward end of Harmony all the way back to the Destiny Laboratory. There are 2 jumper cables also in play today, and there'll be 2 other cables that are going to be routed at the forward end of Harmony that used to be part of the station to shuttle power transfer system during the shuttle assembly days when the shuttles were docked to pressurized mating adapter number 2. 2 new cables are going to be attached at that point to assist in the routing of power and telemetry from the pressurized mating adapter number 2 to the newly installed international docking adapters.
See the cupola from here. This bag Alpha has a straight shot to it. Wheels up at the bag if you got a cable for me to grab.
Okay, copy that, Terry. And before we get that cable, we take a glove check and HAP check from you as well.
Okay, copy that. Hey, Wheels, my hat check's good. There's no water in my helmet. And on my left glove, at the base of my left ring finger, there's a little, maybe 1 centimeter or less, line in the RTV only. It may have been there before, but the way the sun is, you could see a little small shadow. You guys can probably see it in my WVS.
Okay, copy. And understand it's just a line on the RTV, no Vectran.
Correct. It's right in the heart of the RTV, and it looks pretty superficial.
Okay, copy.
Can you all see that? Do you have KU now?
We do have KU, and we did not see the line you're pointing out.
Okay. All right.
Just kind of washed out from our angle. And Butch, how you doing there?
I am now about ready.
Okay, sweet. As you're
handrail 344.
Perfect. And then Terry, as you're at the port bag, you guys have done just a superb job. We're about 30 minutes ahead on the timeline, so we're looking good to begin with all this cable routing. So you guys are feeling good, it sounds like?
Affirmative.
Yeah, EV2 is good.
Okay, copy that. So we'll check back in once we get these initial cables laid and let you know how we're looking once we get all the cables through the wire ties. Okay.
Good.
Okay. Terry, for you, from the top shelf of the port bag, you'll see the red white cable.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you're going to grab that cable, and it should have two connectors on it, the Papa 1 and Papa 104.
Okay, it does.
Copy that. You're going to retrieve that cable, and you're going to route the nadir.
Copy that.
You're going to panel
out of the bag, and
you're going. That's correct. You're going to panel A2 on the PMA.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, Butch, on handrail 344.
Yes.
On the bundle, you're going to see some arrows and wire ties. You're going to position locate the forward and aft arrow, and orient the bundle, the cable bundle accordingly. And then on handrail 344 forward stanchion, you should see a flag that says stow node 2 344 forward. We're going to have you use that wire tie and connect it there with 3 twists.
I'm doing that now.
Three hours, 44 minutes into the spacewalk. The cable guys, Wilmore and Verts, now will begin to play out all of this cabling associated with the first of the 2 brand new international docking adapters that will be installed at the forward point of the U.S. segment of the International Space Station, near where Terry Verts is located on the left side of your screen. That first IDA, as it is known, will be attached to pressurized mating adapter number 2, and then the next phase of today's activities for the 2 spacewalkers is coming up, and that will be the deployment of several hundred feet of the cabling to the forward end cone of the Destiny laboratory of the International Space Station, and to pressurized mating adapter number 2.
Okay, that's exactly what happened.
Perfect. In your hand now, you should have a bundle with 2 connectors in it, and those connectors should be Papa 102 Alpha and Papa 106 Alpha.
Nope. Not the ones that I took off. Oh, just a second, let me look. The ones that I took the caps off in the IDA Bravo bag are attached to the handrail with the node 2, the node 344 wire tie.
Copy that, we're talking.
I think the other bundle should probably be stowed there. Because this says, it says out forward. The larger bundle is the one I have in my hand. It has 4 connectors.
Okay, copy that. We do have that reversed, Butch, so we can take the cable bundle that you have in your left hand. We're going to try to free up the lab one that you did the 3 twists on. So if you want to wire tie that one down, stand by just a second. Okay, Butch, we think it may have, that one bundle may have gotten caught when we did the 3 twists on the wire tie. Do you see the Lab 1 wire tie labeled Lab 1?
I do. That's affirmative, Will. I do.
Is that bundle caught still in the 344 bundle that you wire tied off on the handrail? That may be what our
affirmative. It is.
That may be what our problem is there.
So it looks like maybe if I release the next twist, then this one will stay, and I can take the other with me. You agree?
Yeah. We're talking, Butch. Stand by. Okay. Yeah, we concur with that, Butch. The bundle on your left is the one we want to stay on that handrail 344. The other bundle goes with you aft to the lab. And now you should have those 2 connectors, Butch, the Papa 102 Alpha and Papa 106 Alpha. Papa 106 Alpha.
That's fine, I do.
And with the assistance of ground controllers, Butch Wilmore has sorted out one bundle from the other. The cabling that is associated with International Docking Adapter number 1's installation later this year.
It's limited to
This trail of 43 feet of cable to be laid and stretched out all the way to the forward end cone of the Destiny laboratory of the International Space Station.
Deploy that lab bundle back toward the lab. Your next breadcrumb you're looking for is Node 2 handrail 367. 367, that's a zenith stanchion, is where we're going to want to lay down another wire tie.
Okay.
And Terry, how you?
Ready, Reels, I can give you some more.
Okay, great. We'll take those, Terry.
I'm VRC'd at the A1, A2, or the J1, J2 connections. The red and white cable that I was routing has a Sharpie mark that says stovepipe, and that stovepipe Sharpie mark does not quite make it to the stovepipe wire tie. It's probably about a foot short. There's 2 different ends, and one's a little bit shorter than the other, but the stovepipe Sharpie comes close, but not quite to the stovepipe wire tie.
Copy, Terry. Stand by.
Was that Florida and the Bahamas we just passed?
Oh, no.
Look like it.
Affirmative. You're over Florida and the Bahamas now.
Very nice. I had my dad down there. All right. So I'm standing by, Bill.
Okay. Copy that, Terry. That's good. We're not real concerned about that reach into that stovepipe wire tie. So you can release the P1 connector from that bundle.
The International Space Station was passing due east of Florida and just to the northeast of the Bahamas. Of course, Florida, the home of the Kennedy Space Center, and the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, from which the U.S. commercial crew vehicles will be launched in the years ahead to arrive at the soon-to-be-installed international docking adapters on the International Space Station. The focus of the whole point of today's spacewalk to lay the cabling associated with the arrival and installation of those new docking adapters.
Copy that, and we concur. We'll make those calls as well as we do each cable. Also, just take a good look at your safety tether, making sure we're not trapping your safety tether underneath those cables as well.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Mine's good.
Copy. And how you doing there, Butch?
I'm getting the wire tie down on 3.6. It looks like the bottom of 3.68. Is that good?
Stand by.
3.67, I think you said, but it looks like it's pretty far nadir to come around this expansion, unless you want the wire running to the bottom side of the expansion, which is not a big deal. If that's what you want, I can do. I'm just trying to stay away from this, as you told me earlier.
Yeah, we'd like the cable nadir of that trunnion pin if you can, Butch.
Yeah, we'll do it. No problem.
And Butch, when you get the 367 handrail, you're going to use that wire tie labeled Lab 1, and you're going to use that wire tie to stow it onto the handrail 367.
Oh, is that right? Okay. I may double it up. I've already pulled one out, and I need to just put it here.
Wheels P1 is out. No FOD, good EMI band, good pin check, and the cap is rented to my mini workstation, and there's enough slack in that cable to make it eventually once I get the Spitz cable off.
Okay, copy that. I'll go ahead and you can go ahead and locate the P1J1 connections and the P2J2 connections on the panel A2.
Okay. Slide the booties back.
Affirmative.
Okay.
And Butch, for you, when you bridge that gap over to the lab, we're going to be going under the Node 2 fluid tray if possible.
Understood.
I'm ready, Wheel, so I demate the aft side.
Affirmative, Terry, and you have a go. You have a go to demate P1 from J1.
Copy, go for P1 from J1.
Wheels, that lab 1 cable would give me about 1.5 to 2 foot of extra slack. Do you want slack from 344 to here? Because I've got this wire tie here now that I pulled off my pick caddy, and I've got much less slack.
Copy that, Butch.
344 in this position.
As you work your way back forward, we were going to have you pull up that slack as you work your way back forward.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I remember that. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, I should have given you that heads up on the wire tie. Just kind of loosely wire tie it there so we can slide any slack out before we move forward.
Okay.
P1 is demated, Wheels.
Copy that, Terry. You have a go.
No FOD, good EMI band, good pin check.
Copy that. You have a go to demate Papa 2 from Juliet 2.
Okay. Demating Papa 2 from Juliet 2, and that's on the aft side.
Affirmative. And butch jet cable kind of goes down through that gap there underneath the fluid tray, and then the connector panel that you're looking for is nadir of that tray.
Agreed. Thank you. Feels like I get a little bit better body position. This guy's sticky.
And Butch, also a good time here to just double check your safety tether as well.
I think the tether's good. So go back to the base of the lab.
Copy.
Papa 2's demated.
Copy, Terry.
Good pins, no 5, good EMI band.
Copy, thank you.
They both required a little bit of extra force. Somewhere between moderate and severe, but we got them out.
So Terry, when you're ready, the red cable that you brought out, the Papa 1 connector on that cable, that you have a go to connect that to Juliet 1 on the aft side of the panel.
Okay. I have the red Papa 1 cable. Underneath my waist tether.
And Terry, as we're doing that, wanted to get your assessment on the hand access for doing the other connector once that purple cable comes forward.
Yeah, hold on a second. You know, it's going to be tight, but I think we can give it a try. All right. The red and white Papa 1 is mated. Bail is forward and over center.
Okay, copy, Terry.
I put the cat back on.
Roger, Terry. We'll go ahead and have you recover that with the booty.
Okay, but I took a cap off. I've got a free floating cap.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 1 minute into today's spacewalk. For those just joining us, you're looking at the crew outside of the International Space Station. Spacewalkers Barry Wilmore, the Expedition 42 commander, along with Terry Virts, his spacewalking crewmate. as they are continuing the process of deploying newly installed cables for the installation of a new international docking adapter at the forward end of pressurized mating adapter number 2, that black spherical module that you see in your field of view here. It is to that pressurized mating adapter that the first of 2 new international docking ports will be attached later this year, and that will be the port of call for the new commercial crew vehicles, the U.S. commercial crew vehicles that will launch crew members to and retrieve crew members from the International Space Station for the trip back to Earth. A second international docking adapter will be installed on another pressurized mating adapter on the space-facing side of the Harmony module as well. All of this work going extremely well, the crew running about 30 or so minutes ahead of the timeline today, a spacewalk that began at 6:45 a.m. Central Time, the 185th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance, the second in Butch Wilmore's career and the first for Terry Virts. These 2 expedition crew members will venture back outside the Quest airlock again on Wednesday to continue the work of laying these cables and to lubricate the end effector on the Canadarm2 robotic arm, a 3rd spacewalk in the offing a week from tomorrow on Sunday, March 1st, to lay communications antennas and other cables along the truss of the station for visiting vehicle communications capability as these new U.S. commercial crew vehicles approach the space station to process navigational data and rendezvous information.
Gotta get my grabber daddy back. Grabbing the blue cable next, Will.
Affirmative, Terry. From the top shelf, Nader Velcro strap, you're going to get the blue bundle. It should have 2 connectors on it. Papa 2 and Papa 105.
Copy that.
The cables that were attached to connectors under the debris shields on either side of pressurized mating adapter number 2 a short time ago, they are being played out to other attachment points on the Destiny laboratory of the station and to pressurized mating adapter number 2 at the forward end of Harmony.
And EMI band check as well.
Yep, no fog, good pins, good EMI band, both sides.
Copy that. 106 Alpha goes to Juliet 106.
There we go. There's a good connector over center with a good pull test on 106.
Copy that. When you're ready, you have a go to connect Papa 102 Alpha to Juliet 102.
Okay. No fog, good pins, good EMI. Here we go. There's a good over center with a good pull test.
Copy that. Nice work, Butch. Now you're going to translate forward back to the handrail 344. You're just going to bring the excess cable that you talked about before, the slack that you saw, just kind of pull that up and just kind of pull it back with you towards 344.
Okay, copy.
Once you get that wire tie that you put down on handrail 367, once you get all the slack through there, if you can secure that down and put the wire tie stow it in a low profile position, that'd be great.
Will do.
How you doing, Terry?
Good. I just had to route the blue. Let me see. I'm going to have to route it again. I had to route it underneath one, and now I'd have to route it underneath another one. So it's good. It just takes a minute to get it through here.
Copy that. We appreciate you doing that.
I think the IDA2 EVA people really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's complete, Houston. Going back up to 344.
Copy that, Butch, and just continue to draw that slack up as much as you can, back up to 344, and then of course, then you're going to be going forward with the bundle. So just let me know when you're back at 344.
Yes.
Doug Wheelock, the Spacewalk Capcom here in Mission Control, talking to the crew as they move along with their routing of the newly installed international docking adapter cables. This set of cables specific to IDA number 1, the first docking port that will be delivered on a SpaceX Dragon cargo craft in June for installation to pressurized mating adapter number 2 in July. The work going extremely well, the crew running 30 or so minutes ahead of the timeline as they have reached the 4-hour, 10-minute mark into today's spacewalk. A good view of Butch Wilmore wearing the suit bearing the red stripes as EV1 or extravehicular crew member number 1, and his spacewalking partner Terry Virts wearing the suit with no stripes.
Okay, I'm back to 344, and I've pulled all the slack.
Okay, great. Thanks, Butch. Now you're going to look at that bundle now, and you're going to see another wire tie flag. It should be labeled IDA 2, Whiskey 2258, Papa 207, number 2.
The reference to IDA 2 is the second of the 2 international docking adapters. That will be delivered later this year, much later this year, on another SpaceX Dragon cargo craft and will be attached to the circular berthing port that you see right next to Wilmore on the zenith or space-facing side of the Harmony module. First will be the relocation of pressurized mating adapter number 3 from the Tranquility module to that berthing port, and then on to PMA3 will be the installation of the second of the 2 docking adapters.
Separate the IDA 1 from the IDA 2 bundles. And once you release that wire tie, you're going to have in your hand with that flag the IDA 2 bundle. That's going to be, we're going to have you wire tie that down to handrail 343 forward stanchion.
It's nadir of where I am now, correct?
Affirmative, nadir of where you are right now. And Butch, that bundle is going to stay there a while, so we'd like 3 twists on that bundle.
Yeah. There's 3 twists.
Perfect. The bundle that was left, the IDA 1 bundle, should have 2 connectors there. It should be Papa 106, Papa 107.
As we move along with the crew routing these international docking adapter cables to their specific locations along the Destiny lab, the forward end of the Harmony module, and to attachment points on pressurized mating adapter number 2, we will be waiting for the Flight Director Tony Sakachi and the EVA officers to assess how well the crew is doing. If they are continuing to move ahead of the timeline, it is possible that they'll be able to get to a couple of get-ahead tasks, which would be the mating and deploying of the final 2 cables out of the 10 that are being routed for international docking adapter attachment purposes. Those last 2 cables were on the docket as the first tasks for Wilmore and Virts for their second spacewalk on Wednesday. But if time permits and the crew is willing and able to, we might get to those get-ahead tasks today. We'll just have to stand by and wait a little bit longer to see how the crew is doing over the course of the next hour or so.
Forward. Terry, from your bundle, we're going to have you get the Papa 2 connector from that bundle, and you're going to be mating that to the J2 on the aft side of the panel, Alpha 2.
Copy that. I'm taking the cap off right now.
Copy that. And that cap, like the other, will go onto the P2 original line that you disconnected.
Copy that. Okay, the P2 end wheels has good pins, no fog, and a good EMI band.
Copy, Terry. Whenever you're able and ready, you have a go to connect Papa 2 to Juliet 2, aft side of the panel.
Can work.
Hey, Terry.
What's up, Butch?
All right, the wheels, I did make sure I routed underneath the IDA 1 alpha bag, the lid, and the tie down. And I am now at the forward end of no 2.
Perfect. And I think you were nadir of the trunnion pin as well, correct, Butch?
That's affirmative. I am Nader, the Trunnion pin.
Copy that.
Wheels, I have made it Papa 2 to Juliet 2. I slid the bail lever all the way forward. It's snapped into place, and it is over center.
The crew continuing to work with maximum efficiency, some 35 to 40 minutes ahead of the timeline. The International Space Station is currently tracking from northwest to southeast across the easternmost portion of the Saudi Peninsula, passing directly over Kuwait, soon to orbit over Bahrain, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman.
The cap is on the old Papa 2, the bail is forward, and it's over center.
Copy that, Terry.
Where's my first tie-down wheels for this? Purple.
We're looking, the first wire tie, Butch, is handrail 318, port.
Yep, I've got the wire tie here in my hand.
Yep, you can have the wire tie, that's right. You can just use that. We'd like 3 twists on that one.
Yes. Quick question, Wheels.
Go ahead, Terry.
The thermal sleeves, booties, are on the old connectors, not on the new connectors. Should I swap them?
Leave them on the old connectors, Terry.
Great. Good news.
Next for you, Butch, you'll be routing that cable. And
but I am taking this wire tie off, but I am ready to it, just so you know. So I can pull the slack.
Okay, copy. Yeah, Butch, we had a quick handover there. Could you confirm that the wire tie in handrail 318 is the one you've loosened in to pull the slack through?
That's correct.
Okay, copy that. Thanks. And also,
I think you said take the slack and tie it down to the 325 wire tie. Sorry.
And Terry, I think that was the question about the remaining slack on the bundle that you have there.
Yes.
Okay, that just gets...
My head is just below your feet, Butch. Okay.
And we just want to ask you to just restrain them, just temp stow them there, restrain them clear of handrail 403. If you could, that's our path that we're going to be... there's a pre-stage wire tie there. We want to be clear of that path.
The International Space Station is currently passing just to the south of the Saudi Peninsula over the Arabian Sea, moving from northwest to southeast. Wilmore and Verts now 4 hours, 21 minutes into their spacewalk, the first of 3 scheduled between now and next Sunday. to prepare the station for the arrival of new international docking adapters to which U.S. commercial crew vehicles will be able to link up to in the years ahead. The crew is in the final stage of their spacewalk in the sense of tasks, as they are deploying a variety of bundles of cables, basically pre-staging those bundles of cables for future spacewalking work that will first hook up International Docking Adapter number 1 to the forward pressurized mating adapter at the end of the Harmony module, PMA number 2 as it is called, and then ultimately the second international docking adapter that will be mated to PMA 3 once PMA 3 is relocated to the space-facing side of the Harmony module to a common berthing mechanism.
And those will eventually deploy. They'll eventually deploy forward.
The red and white cable. Okay. The red and white cable and the blue cable are single wrapped around the 325 stovepipe. I haven't tacked them down tight yet. And then I've got 2 bundles on the forward end of that. And the question is, where do I leave these bundles?
Copy, checking.
The cable 9302, I can just leave them on 9302.
Wheels, I'm going to go and
Terry, the blue one goes.
Caps and crew lock bag number 1.
Copy the caps and crew lock bag 1, Butch. Thank you.
We should be regaining our downlink television capability from the station in about 12 minutes or so.
Okay, Terry, just so I synced up with you, those cable bundles that you brought forward for the panel A2, they'll eventually deploy forward. One is going zenith, one's going nadir.
Okay. Okay, well, they're both wire tied, just one twist on cable 9302, which is right next to 403. And whoever comes here next should be able to find it pretty easy.
Okay, that's a
zenith of the A2 panel.
Copy that. That's a good config for us, Terry. Thank you.
Okay.
And Terry, before you leave the work site there, can you confirm that you restrain the demated PMA2 connectors with a wire tie? The 2 that you disconnected and put the caps on.
I did not.
Okay, we'd like to ask
I did not do that.
Ask you to do that as best as you can.
Okay. So I am out of wire ties right now.
Copy. We're going to see if we can
grab one from Butch.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can grab one from Butch as well.
Is that something we could do later? Yeah, maybe. Is that possible to do that later in the EVA? If someone's down here, they can slap one on there then?
Affirmative.
Yeah, those old cables are, they're T-clamps, you know, less than a foot from the old connection, so they're not going anywhere. But we could definitely wire tie them.
Okay, copy that. Since we're both in the same area, I need to get an update from Butch on where you are.
Okay, I used one of my adjustables, connected it into the crew lock bag, and then connected the other end of the adjustable to the adjustable that has the 2 caps. And they're all going in the crew lock bag.
Copy that. Okay, and I'd like you to both take a look at your safety tethers now. Make sure everything is clear of these cables.
this clear all the way back to the green hook?
EV2 is good.
Copy. Both safety tethers are clear. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
And stand by just a second, guys. We're replanning. Stand by.
Absolutely. Nice work, Terry.
Thanks. Yeah, good work up there. Just to let you know, Butch, the stovepipe 305, there's some loose cables here. I didn't tack them down tight because they're not in the final config yet.
Okay.
But as you come down here, they're easy to snag in your mini workstation.
Still talking, guys.
Okay.
Happy will. I'm right here next to you, Butch.
Okay, guys. We're going to swap positions here, but first we're going to, while we're here and stable, we're going to get a glove and hap check from both of you.
No change to the gloves. Good baseline hat for EV1.
Copy.
No change to the gloves, and good hat for EV2.
Copy that. Butch, I wanted to get an update from you on the wire tie at handrail 318. Did you get all the slack through there that you wanted to?
I did. The slack is pulled, and 3 twists on the handrail, and then 3 twists on the cable.
Okay, we're going to have you copy that, Butch. Thank you. We're going to have you swap positions now. You're going to be handing off the purple cable to Terry. So if you want to move sort of aft on node 2 while Terry moves up into position, and we're going to have you pass the purple cable to him.
Do I need to be ready to do this?
No.
Okay. I got it.
Terry has the purple cable.
Okay, beautiful. For you, Butch, we're going to have you take you back to the PMA2 panel A2 port side.
Got me.
I'm in the way. I'm in his way with those working. How bird am I going to get out of his way?
Okay, you are going. You're actually going forward and starboard to handrail 414 eventually. So you'll be coming over the top of PMA.
Okay.
So you'll be coming over the...
So the last secure point that Butch had there is handrail 318. Terry, you'll take that purple cable. You're going to be routing it along the zenith edge of the Charlie 202 panel that you guys had removed earlier.
Charlie.
And your next wire tie is this.
Yeah, I'm there right now.
Copy that. Route that along the zenith edge, and your next wire tie position for that cable is the stovepipe nadir of node 2 handrail 326. Let me know when you're there. We need 3 twists on that.
I'm there.
Okay, copy that. We need 3 twists on that wire tie.
Okay. This is the final cable going over this one.
Affirmative.
4 hours, 32 minutes into the spacewalk. Wilmore and Wirtz are still in the process of routing a variety of different power and telemetry cables that have been installed on the International Space Station's Harmony module, but now those cables are being played out and pre-positioned at various locations around pressurized mating adapter number 2 for the future installation of the International Docking Adapter number 1 that will be installed and mated to pressurized mating adapter number 2 at the forward end of the U.S. segment of the International Space Station.
All right, I got 3 wire tie twists on stovepipe 326, and the wire ties are shark finned.
Perfect. Thank you, Terry. You're going to be working your way forward on the angled part of the PMA. Your next handrail for securing is handrail 405 on the PMA. It's the long one that runs 4 aft.
I'll be looking for 405, and that's on the long one that runs. Okay, thank you.
And Terry, you'll see on there's a pre-staged wire tie on the forward stanchion of that handrail 405.
I'm on that handrail right now. I'm going to lay down this bundle here.
He's not at panel A2.
Copy, Butch. Near there, you'll see the...
Real quick one.
Go ahead, Terry.
I was going to say the remnants of the 2 cables that I just undid need to be wire tied down. They're 2 white cables to the aft of that panel, P1 and J1, or P.
And Butch, there at that location, just put your...
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 35 minutes into the spacewalk today by Wilmore and Wirtz. Bundles of cables, brand new cables, for the installation in the future of the first of 2 international docking adapters to accommodate the arrival of U.S. commercial crew vehicles continues at this hour. Everything continuing to go very well. The crew in the process of the intricate routing of these cables so that they are pre-staged at various locations along the Destiny Laboratory, the Harmony module, and pressurized mating adapter number 2 that is linked and has been for some years now to the forward end of Harmony.
Okay. So I can wire tie them to other connectors that are there?
Yeah, that's what they told me. And there was a third connector that doesn't plug into the panel. It's over top of it.
That's the one I'm gonna deal with later.
Exactly. So don't wire tie that guy too tightly.
We copied and concurred with what you just discussed, guys.
So, Wheels, the purple cable is wire tied to 405 in a bundle with just one twist.
Good copy, Terry. Thank you. Now you're going to move forward again to starboard forward to handrail 414. Should be on the cylindrical segment of the PMA.
Okay. Am I still bringing this bundle or unwrapping this bundle here?
Affirmative. You're still routing it, Terry. So.
Okay. Copy that. And is 414 the final place?
That's the final wire tie, and then we're going to be stowing the bundle on the aft stanchion of handrail 415, which should be right next to it.
Copy that.
Okay. Those two connectors are wire tied down, low profile on the wire tie.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Butch. Okay, now near that same...
What would you like now?
Oh, go ahead.
I just said, what would you like now, Houston?
Copy that. Near that same panel, A2, you'll see the red and white cable, that Terry had brought out there. There should be a loose connector there. That connector should be labeled Papa 104. It's a whole bundle.
Back with our downlink television from the International Space Station and the bird's eye view from the helmet camera of Butch Wilmore as he works in the vicinity of pressurized mating adapter number 2, routing these bundles of brand new cables that will be used to route power, heating, and telemetry to the newly installed international docking adapters once they arrive later this year at the complex.
Need to go first.
The blue, Terry's going to do the blue bundle next, and that's going zenith. The red-white bundle is going to go nadir.
Okay. Gotcha.
In all, there are 10 cables being played out, some 364 feet of cable with 21 different legs of telemetry and power capability for various attachment points on pressurized mating adapter number 2 and the new international docking adapter number 1, which will be attached to PMA2 once it arrives at the station.
The wheels, the purple bundle is routed through 414 with one good twist, and now the whole bundle gets tied down to 415. Is that true?
Affirmative, Terry. The remaining bundle is going to be wire tied to the aft stanchion of handrail 415.
While the cables are being routed to their various attachment points, the flight controllers here in Mission Control report that the heating has been restored to pressurized mating adapter number 2, keeping it nice and toasty during its time of dormancy at the forward end of the Harmony module. Inhibits had been put in place for the temporary suspension of heating to that docking port during the time that the crew was removing debris shields from the port and starboard portions of the forward end cone of the Harmony module to route cables underneath those debris shields for the pressurized mating adapter number 2 work.
I'm on a tight down, got it.
Reels, I'm translating back. That bundle is single wire tie at 415.
Copy that, Terry.
Where to?
Okay, you're going, once Butch is cleared, he's heading down the nadir path. We're going to send you back to panel A2 where you dropped off the blue bundle near the panel A2.
Copy.
That's going to be routed zenith, and I'll give you that breadcrumb trail when you're there.
Okay.
Butch, from TA clamp Charlie 2, your next point to tether down or to wire tie down is handrail 410.
Okay. All right, Wills, I got the blue cable.
Okay,
I can see Butch's safety tether is correctly over top of it.
Copy that. You're going to take that, Terry, that should have a connector labeled Papa 105.
Checking. I see it, Papa 105.
Copy that, Terry. That's going out to handrail 415 where you just went, but the trail we'd like you to take is, first stop is handrail 403, PMA2 handrail 403, zenith stanchion. You should see a wire tie there.
Copy 403. I'm on it.
3 minutes to sunrise, guys.
A long out here.
To sunrise, guys.
Okay. Thanks, Wills.
Go ahead one more time, Terry. I cut you off.
I was about to say I'm going to turn on my glove heaters, but for 3 minutes to sunrise, I'll just wait. It's not bad. It's just very little bit cool, but I can wait.
Do I use this red here to tie? Sorry, Brett. Wire tie to tie off to handrail 417?
Yep. The wire tie that's on handrail 417 is where you stow the bundle. Butch, actually, we have the bundle kind of going between, kind of wedged between handrail 402 and 417, and use the pre-staged wire tie in 417.
Got it now.
As the crew continues to route and pre-stage these newly installed cables for future spacewalking work to attach the soon-to-arrive International Docking Adapter number 1 to the International Space Station's Pressurized Mating Adapter number 1 at the forward end of Harmony, the spacewalk officers here in Mission Control report that the crew is continuing to run about 30 minutes ahead of the timeline, the spacewalk having begun at 6:45 a.m. Central Time today, now 4 hours 46 minutes in duration.
All right, Wills, what's next? EV1.
Okay, nice work, Butch. You're going to make your way back the way that you came down there. You're going to make your way back to the Ida Bag Alpha on the port side.
Ida Bag Alpha, here we go.
Yep, let me know when you're there and we'll have your next cable for you.
single twist on 4 or 5, Will.
Okay, copy that, Terry. Next, you're going to be moving starboard and forward to handrail 414, just as you did the previous cable.
Copy that, 414.
Okay, Wills, I'm at the bag.
Okay, perfect. Butch, you should see on the middle shelf, forward Velcro strap, the blue-white cable.
I do see it.
Okay. It should have one connector in there, the Papa 103 connector.
Okay.
Okay, and that's going PMA2 nadir, the same way you just came back up. And Butch, as you take a look, just kind of take a look at your safety tether, make sure everybody's clear, and Terry's as well. Terry should be clear, but make sure you, and then any twists that you might see in the cable, just deconflict with other cables and pull those twists out as best you can.
Woke up. Thank you, Will.
Our safety tether's good. Thanks for the heads up.
Copy that. And Butch, your first stop for the wire tie is the stovepipe near node 2 handrail 325.
Stovepipe, handrail 325, copy.
A good view of our two spacewalkers at the forward end of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. Butch Wilmore bearing the red stripes on his suit. Terry Virts just out of the field of view here as they work in the vicinity of the forward end of Harmony and at pressurized mating adapter number 2, this being the helmet camera view from Terry Virts, as they are working to position all of the bundles of brand new cables for the future attachment of the first of 2 new international docking adapters or docking ports that will accommodate the arrival of U.S. commercial crew vehicles in the future.
Handrail 415.
Now, 4 hours, 50 minutes into the spacewalk, the crew continuing to run some 30 or so minutes ahead of the timeline, their suits functioning perfectly, everything in great shape. The crew due to receive an update from Mission Control in the next few minutes to get their thoughts on the rest of the timeline for today's activities.
Copy that. Okay. Thanks.
Wheels, is there more going on this stovepipe, or do I get the 3 twists on this one?
Checking, Butch. Yeah, just one twist on that, Butch. We have some more going through there.
Okay. Okay, copy. I thought we did. I just want to make sure.
Copy that.
415 complete.
Thanks for checking. The next, thank you, Terry. The next one for you, Butch, is heading to the TA clamp, Charlie 2, then to 410 again down Nader.
TA clamp 410, copy.
Okay, Terry, thank you for the call and the 3 twist on 415. We're going to send you back to the port bag, the IDA bag 1, and let me know when you're there.
All right. Let me know when you're there. Copy.
And as the International Space Station flies 257 miles over the South Pacific, a great view down the length of the Japanese Kibo module, looking at the 2 spacewalkers who have been outside now for almost 5 hours since their excursion began just at 6:45 a.m. Central Time today.
There you can check the WBS. I'm at the bag wheel.
Okay, copy, Terry. From the middle shelf, the aft Velcro strap, we're looking for the blue-white cable.
Copy middle and aft and blue-white.
Copy that. On that blue-white cable, you should see one connector labeled Papa 1.
I see it, Palio. The labeling on these cables and bags is really good.
That was all Karina, and we were just her minions following her lead.
Exactly.
You're a good minion.
Wish I could talk like that.
So Terry, on that, you'll see a flag, wire tie flag that's coming up as well. That's the Papa 1 PMA2 Zenith flag on there.
Okay.
That's going forward on the forward trail, and this is where you, at the tail end, you're going to do the 3 twist on 414 as you asked earlier. So your first stop, the first wire tie is the stovepipe nadir of handrail 325.
Okay. So here, Butch, is where we get into safety tether issues.
How so, sir?
Well, your safety tether's right up here. I just need to make sure this cable goes under it.
Outstanding. Good call.
As you look at pressurized mating adapter number 2 at the forward end of the Harmony module, keep in mind there is a cover, essentially a shower cap, if you will, at the forward end of that mating adapter to protect its mechanisms for docking. It is to that mating adapter that the new international docking adapter will be attached. Once it is delivered to the station, it is scheduled to be launched in the trunk of the SpaceX Dragon cargo craft in June on the SpaceX 7 mission. There is one that precedes that. That's a pure cargo delivery mission, SpaceX 6, scheduled for launch in April. The subsequent flight of Dragon, SpaceX 7, will deliver the first international docking adapter to the station, and it will fall to one-year crew member Scott Kelly and NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren to attach that international docking adapter to pressurized mating adapter number 2 during a spacewalk in the July timeframe.
Okay, Bill, from the blue and white cable, where it comes out, I guess it's handrail 320. Where do I go next? Stovepipe 325, I think you said?
Affirmative. The stovepipe nadir of 325, you'll see the first wire tie pre-stage there.
Okay.
All right, Kerry, I'm right below you.
Yeah. We got to be aware of safety cutter issues here. I think I'm right next to you, but I can't see you.
All right, I'm just taking pictures of your back.
Okay. Let me get myself spun around here.
Actually, this is a good break point here, Butch, while you're waiting for Terry to pass Zenith. He's going to go out forward in Zenith on the PMA. We're right at 5 hours PET. You guys are about 30 minutes ahead. Everything's looking really good. You guys have just done some superb work. We really appreciate that. We're beginning to think that as we finish up the cables, we're beginning to plan out our get-aheads, and we feel like we can go out to 7 PET, as we talked about earlier. But anytime you guys want to call it, you just let us know, okay? And we'd like to get your thoughts on that.
So far, my hands are good.
EV2's good. So far. If I goes bed downhill, I'll let you know, but so far I'm good.
Okay, copy that. You guys can let us know anytime. We're drawing, we get a few more cables to lay, but we're getting close to the end of the nominal, which is really nice. You guys have done some great work.
Spacewalk Capcom Doug Wheelock relaying what likely would be the forward plan for Wilmore and Verts as they head into the home stretch of the deployment of these new international docking adapter cables.
On that one, we have more going through there.
Sorry about that. All right, there's one twist.
There are 2 additional cables that are part of the get-ahead tasks on the docket for today. One green cable and one orange cable at the interface of what used to be the station to shuttle power transfer system. If you recall, when space shuttles docked to the station, an electrical connection was made that enabled station power to provide electricity and power capability to the arriving space shuttles so that they could conserve the use of fuel cell electrical generation. The SPITS system, as it is called, is no longer active, of course, but there still will be electrical continuity between pressurized mating adapter number 2 and the international docking adapters to which the U.S. commercial crew vehicles will mate in the future. So there is some get-ahead work with a couple of additional cables that could be in the offing. If we get to that point, the crew appears to be willing to press ahead and go to as much as a 7-hour spacewalk if that's what's required. We're now at 5 hours and 2 minutes in duration.
And Terry, our objective here is to make sure we don't clobber that handrail too, so as much as possible if you can kind of route the cables so that you can still use the handrail as well.
Copy that, good reminder.
Good half check from EV1, good glove check, no difference from earlier on the gloves.
Copy, Butch, thank you. And we are not seeing your WVS again, Butch, and we're thinking maybe it got bumped again. We're wondering when Terry gets finished with that wire tie, if you can do, Terry, if you could do a kind of a left pirouette and try another reset on Butch's WVS.
Sure. All right, I got the cables as tightly down as I can. three twists.
I just pushed it. It's got a good green light. Checking with my mirror.
Copy that, Butch. Thank you. And we got it back. Thanks, Butch. Okay, Terry, from here you're heading to handrail 405, Highway 405, the forward stanchion.
Same Zenith Highway.
Affirmative.
Just beware of my safety tether. You got to pull my safety tether out and over the front of you and then go over it.
Okay.
And you're also going to have to...
okay, how's that?
Yeah, push it out in front of you and go over it.
Okay.
Can you lift your legs out?
Yep, that's what I'm going to do right here. Let me get my waist tether down, or up.
I'm holding as close to the PMA as I can.
How's that?
That's caught on the lip of your mini workstation.
Okay.
See it right there?
Yep. Yeah, this is good. This is not a problem. Get it off.
Almost off.
Yep. Let me put a local down while I unroute it.
Put the local over the top. By the way, over the top of it. There you go.
Okay. All right,
now let go. There you go. Super.
Man, I wish I had a camera right now.
Hey, let me get one. Hang on.
I'm just doing a safety tether check, and I'll let you getting that, my glove check.
Copy that.
You know, so far so good, but the safety tether has required active management for sure. As have the cables.
I'm not getting pictures.
Okay. Let me get one of you.
And Butch, you have that GoPro as well. If you're welcome to use that.
One more. I need to release a red on that blue and white one with wheels.
Okay, copy.
It's that time.
Yeah, Terry, it's the blue and white is buttoned down in several locations, so you have to go to release your red on there.
Okay.
So Terry, when you let me know when you got you're up at the 405, and then Butch will send you back to the port bag when you're able to pass by.
I'm almost there, Rose.
Copy.
Am I getting the green, yellow wheels? That's the next one.
Affirmative. The yellow-green cable. Let me know when you're there, or if you're already there.
I'm there.
If you're already there.
Beautiful. So from the middle shelf, Nader Velcro strap, we got the yellow-green cable. You should see one connector with that cable. It should be labeled Papa 102.
Papa 102.
How many twists on 405 wheels?
405, just one, Terry.
One, okay.
And then from there, copy that. From there, you're going to handrail 414, Terry, and you're going to be securing with 3 twists on the aft stanchion.
Okay, copy 414.
And Butch, that cable bundle, the yellow-green cable bundle, should have a wire tie label on it as well. It should say PMA2 Nader.
It does.
That's
Nader
good.
Highway. Here we go.
That's good news. And then you're routing that towards the Nader route again. Their first stop is the stovepipe Nader of handrail 325, and this will be the final cable. This will be the final cable in that location, so you can give us 3 twists there. And again, just take a look at both of your safety tethers and the other cables, and make sure that you got the twists out as much as possible.
Okay, good call.
Yeah, my safety tether's good, and I'll try and pull these guys tight. Did you say 414 is the final location for the blue-white one?
That's the final wire tie, Terry, and then we're going to stow the remaining bundle on the pre-staged wire tie at TA clamp Charlie 9. But handrail 4,
okay, copy that.
Yeah, handrail 414. That's the final cable going through there, so you can give us 3 twists on the 414 wire tie.
Copy that. power wheels, I pulled out as much slack as I could, but as soon as I pull it out, it kind of pulled itself back. But I tried to get all three of these wires, cables, as tightly down as I could.
Okay, no problem, Terry. Just best effort there, and just making sure we have 3 twists on that. You have enough wire tie to get 3 twists, yeah?
Three twists. Yep, absolutely.
Okay,
3 twists complete.
Perfect. So go ahead and stow that remaining bundle in the pre-stage wire tie that's on TA clamp Charlie 9 that you put down earlier.
Copy that. How many twists?
Checking, Terry. Just 1 twist on that one, Terry.
That's complete.
Okay, perfect. We'd like you to translate up to the Ida bag Bravo on the starboard side. Of course, looking back at your safety tether, making sure that's clear as well. Let me know when you're back at Ida bag Bravo.
Okay, going back to the starboard Ida bag. Thanks for the reminder.
Copy that.
Wheels, do I get 3 twists at the C2 bracket?
Affirmative, 3 twists on the stovepipe near the handrail 325, Butch.
Yeah, I'm past that. I'm saying at the C2 bracket.
Yep, absolutely. The TA clamp as well at C2, 3 twists there as well.
Okay.
I'm at the starboard bag wheels.
Okay, Butch. On the middle shelf, forward Velcro strap, you'll see the red cable.
Okay, and this EV2.
Hey, just consider that a compliment.
I'm unworthy.
Okay.
All right, I'm at the starboard bag, going to the middle shelf.
Yeah, Terry, in the middle shelf, you'll see the red cable. It's got 2 connectors on it, Papa 108 and Juliet 1.
Copy that. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, copy
Wheels,
that.
do you want 3 twists on the 410 handrail?
Negative, Butch, just 1 twist on 410.
Okay.
Hold on a second, Reels. There's 2 red cables. Each of them have 2 connectors. The aft one is ID82.
Yeah,
so I think you want the forward one.
We want the forward Velcro strap. That's correct.
Okay, got it.
Okay, once you have that, Terry, there's also a wire tie with a flag on it that says PMA2 Zenith, and that's precisely where you're going. That's where you're going. The first stop is stovepipe nadir forward of node 2 handrail 328.
All right, stovepipe 328.
Affirmative. Okay, Butch, and then once you get the wire tie at 410, the rest of that bundle is going to be stowed between handrail 402 and 417 just using the pre-staged wire tie and the 417 aft stanchion.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 18 minutes into today's spacewalk by Wilmore and Virts, the first of 3 planned over the next 8 days. The International Space Station flying from southwest to northeast, approaching Guadalajara, Mexico on this particular orbit of the Earth. The crew is in the home stretch of deploying a series of cable bundles, basically pre-staging newly installed international docking adapter cables in various locations around pressurized mating adapter number 2, the black spherical docking port at the forward end of the Harmony module of the International Space Station that you see in this great view down the length of the Japanese Kibo module. This all in advance of the delivery of the first of 2 international docking adapters, brand new docking ports that are in the final stages of being built and certified by the Boeing Corporation, and which will be launched on a SpaceX Dragon cargo craft to the International Space Station in June. The current plan calls for 1-year crew member Scott Kelly of NASA and his NASA crewmate at that time, Kjell Lindgren, during Expedition 44 to conduct a spacewalk to assist in the installation and hookup of all of these cables to IDA number 1, as it is known, which will be the future docking port, one of 2 such docking ports for U.S. commercial crew vehicles under development by both Boeing and SpaceX to deliver crew members to the International Space Station under U.S. launch capability once again. The spacewalk officers here in Mission Control still carefully following the crew as it moves into the home stretch of today's spacewalk. A great view right there of Butch Wilmore, extravehicular activity crew member number 1, as he works near the circular common berthing mechanism on the space-facing side of the Harmony module, to which the second of the 2 international docking adapters will be attached to pressurized mating adapter number 3 that will be mated to that common berthing mechanism. PMA-3 will be relocated from the Tranquility module to that circular berthing mechanism port on the space-facing side of Harmony, and the international docking adapter number 2 then will be mated to PMA-3.
Papa 208 and Juliet 1.
Affirmative.
Copy that. That's going to be stowed on Node 2 handrail 357 with the wire tie label that's on there, and it's 3 twists.
Is Charlie 8 the final location for this red one, Wheels?
Negative. 1 twist on Charlie 8, and then we're going to stow the remaining bundle, Terry, with the pre-staged wire tie on the TA clamp Charlie 9.
Okay.
We'd like
Charlie 8 and then final config Charlie 9.
That's correct, and we'd like it at Charlie 9 if you can stow it aft of the blue bundle that you see there. Actually, the blue and purple.
Charlie
if you
9 action blue bundle.
Good copy.
You're going to hot point with a 357 wheels. I'm not sure where it is.
Stand by and give you a vector.
Is that the one that the bag is, I think that's the one the bag is tied to. Yep, it is. It's right here. Never mind.
Yeah, you got it, Butch. Just put it underneath tuck it underneath the bag, of course. And you guys are coming up directly over Houston, so if you'd like to wave, we'll wave it back.
Hey, Houston.
Wow, I see it down there. See the bay. Very cloudy day. Gonna be our Charlie 8, Charlie 9 wheels.
The International Space Station flying just to the northwest of downtown Houston at the moment, moving from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator at an altitude of 257 statute miles. A good view of two of the Russian spacecraft at the International Space Station, one Soyuz, one Progress, in this high-definition camera that is affixed to the truss of the complex.
Copy that, Butch.
Speaking of short wheels, that's my short-term memory. What's the number of bar ties on Charlie 8? The number of twists?
Just one on Charlie 8, Terry.
Copy that.
Terry. And then, Terry, on your suit, about 10 minutes ago, we saw a rise in water temperature, and all other data looks good. Look good in the suit.
Yeah,
we wanted to see if you adjusted your TCV at all.
In the nighttime, I adjusted it. Although I did get warm. The sun just came up, and we had some thermal analysis that it was going to be warm on this side, and whoever did that was correct.
Okay, copy that.
The sun is shining right here. It's warm. It's okay. It's not nothing bad. It's just you can notice it. All right, I just rotated it to max C, and I can feel additional cooling coming in. So the system appears to be working okay.
Okay, we copy that, Terry. Thank you.
And Wheels, I think you said 3 twists on Charlie 9 aft side.
Just that is a final for the cable bundle there, Terry. But we only want one twist on Charlie 9.
Copy that.
Space Station and its crew members are currently flying near Lexington, Kentucky, which, along with adjacent states, is in the midst of almost historically cold temperatures at the moment, with more snow heading for the middle Atlantic and the northeast at the moment.
Part of that red cable for you.
Up on board the station and outside of the complex, the two crew members working outside now, approaching the 5.5-hour mark in their spacewalk, enjoying maximum comfort in their extravehicular mobility units as they enjoy the view and continue to rig all of the bundles of cables, pre-positioning those cables for future spacewalking work that will hook up the cables to the newly delivered international docking adapters once they arrive at the International Space Station.
Out here, so that, I don't know if that has anything to do with the data you saw, but I did experience that. And I'm at the Bravo IDA bag.
Copy that, Terry, and that all makes sense. So at the starboard bag from the middle shelf, you'll see that other remaining bundle of the red cable. It's the aft Velcro strap. It should have two connectors with it, Papa 202 and Juliet 2.
Okay, copy that.
Usually there's a red-white cable next on the IDA alpha bag.
Affirmative, Butch. From the bottom shelf, the aft Velcro strap, the red and white cable.
As we mentioned earlier, 364 feet of cable in various bundles being routed and pre-positioned by Wilmore and Wirtz during this spacewalk. On their third and final spacewalk, scheduled for next Sunday, March 1st, they intend to lay out 400 feet of cable in
with its own wire tie
various stages and lengths down the entire length of the truss of the International Space Station, stretching from the P3 truss on the port side to the S3 truss on the starboard side, to which communications antennas and other navigational equipment will be installed as part of the so-called C2V2 system, the acronym for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles. This is the navigational data package that will be employed by both Boeing and SpaceX's commercial crew vehicles as they use navigational data to approach the International Space Station for respective dockings, determining their range from the station and their rate of closure for their dockings to these international docking adapters.
And your first stop is Node 2 handrail 315, the starboard stanchion.
Okay, I'm there right now, and I'm looking at the umbilical. There's several old cables that have been here for a while, so feed it underneath all 1, 2, 3. I actually see 5 cables that have been here, so just feed it under that whole bundle.
Underneath that whole bundle, if you can, Terry.
Okay. No problem. And do I put it on this 315 wire tie, the short one?
Affirmative.
Okay, 3 twists.
Looks like just one twist on that one, Terry.
Copy. My safety tether's clear.
Copy that. And your next stop is handrail 316. The port stanchion of handrail 316, Terry.
Copy 316.
Houston, I'm back at ADA Alpha Bag. Looks like I got one cable left.
Yes, you do, sir. From the bottom shelf, the last cable left, it's the blue cable, the other end of the blue cable. You should have a connector there labeled Papa 203.
Papa 203. Affirmative.
Roger that. And Butch, that goes to node 2 handrail 326, the Zenith stanchion. It's got its own wire tie with it. We'd like you to secure it to handrail 326 Zenith stanchion with 3 twists.
326 Zenith 3 twists. Aye, aye, aye.
And Terry, for you on handrail 316, the port stanchion, that's 1 twist.
Copy, thanks. One twist is complete on 316.
Copy, Terry. The remaining coil of that cable, we're going to stow it with its own wire tie on handrail 317 starboard stanchion. 317 starboard stanchion, three twists.
Copy that.
Houston, this wire tie is also not going to be long enough. I'm going to have to pull one and use it.
Copy that, Butch.
Wheels, that segment of the red cable is tied down 3 twists on starboard 317.
Okay, perfect. Nice work, Terry. And we'll take a glove and hap check from you.
Okay, copy that.
The 2 spacewalkers, Wilmore on the left, Verts on the right, working on the final cable bundle and its wire tie stowage on pressurized mating adapter number 2 at the forward end of the Harmony module of the International Space Station, to which the first of 2 international docking adapters will be attached once it is delivered to the station aboard a SpaceX Dragon cargo craft several months from now. The International Space Station is soon to enter an orbital sunset over the northern Atlantic. This view from a high-definition camera on the outside of the station. Everything continuing to go very smoothly at the 5-hour, 36-minute mark into the spacewalk. The EVA officers here in Mission Control discussing the next step for the crew and a possible dip into some of the get-ahead work planned for today, if time permits, that would put them that much more ahead of the timeline when they venture back outside for their second spacewalk on Wednesday morning.
Nice moon at your 9 o'clock there, Butch. above or to the right of the solar panels.
Okay, Terry, we're gonna have you translate to the lab forward end cone to do the EVA inhibits for the cables.
Right. Okay. Copy that.
The caution I have for you. Okay. The caution I have for you here, and you're going to have to pick up your green hook as well, so you don't backtrack on your safety tether, if you would, please.
I need fair lead and green hook. I have that adjustable fair lead done.
Oh,
grab that too.
Yeah, copy that. Go ahead and grab that now, Terry. Grab the adjustable and then also grab your green hook. And the caution as you move back, just avoid contact with CETA lights for the Z93 paint.
Copy CETA light, Z93 paint. By the way, I think that was a good call on the no GoPro. There's so many cables out here.
As we have mentioned from time to time throughout the course of today's spacewalk, the first of the 2 international docking adapters is to be launched in the mid-June timeframe aboard a SpaceX Dragon cargo craft to the International Space Station, and is scheduled to be installed in July during a spacewalk by Scott Kelly and Shel Lindgren of NASA. Scott Kelly is scheduled to be launched 5 weeks from today from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. That's Kazakh time. It would be Friday afternoon, March 27th, U.S. time, as he and his Russian cosmonaut crewmate Mikhail Kornienko embark on a full year aboard the International Space Station. They'll be launched with Russian Soyuz commander Gennady Padalka, who will become the first 4-time commander of the International Space Station as commander of Expedition 44 in mid-May. And today happens to be Scott Kelly and his brother Mark Kelly's 51st birthday. The identical twins celebrating their birthday today. Scott Kelly is back at the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center in Star City, Russia, as he completes the final weeks of his training before he heads down to the Baikonur Cosmodrome with his crewmates for the final 2 weeks of preparations prior to their launch, which again is scheduled for about 2:42 p.m. Central Time on Friday, March 27th, which would be 1:42 a.m. on Saturday, March 28th at the Baikonur Cosmodrome 5 weeks from today.
Well, I can't get it out, Will. Can't release it off my swing arm. Sure won't.
Copy that. Was your still camera still working?
I think so.
Yeah, we'll just take with the regular EVA camera if you got that handy. And again here, Butch.
GoPro in the crew lock bag.
Just best effort, Butch, on this.
My green hook is up.
Copy that, Terry. We'll be working your way back to the lab forward end cone, just below the fluid cable tray. You'll see the 2 connectors.
Okay, copy that. We'll be able to see cupola from there. And I'm doing the zenith ones or the nadir ones first.
We may get them both, but it looks like we're doing the zenith ones first, Terry.
Zenith first. Copy that.
I got a few pictures there, Will, before it got dark, I believe.
Okay, great. Thanks, Butch.
Am I going to the starboard bag and pick up the green cable?
Go ahead and head to the starboard bag and stand by there, Butch.
Okay.
Hey, Wheels, I'm on the lab.
Okay.
Forward parts.
Copy.
The fluid tray.
Copy. Butch, hold your position, please. We have a couple of wire ties we want you to work. Stand by. Okay. Terry, are you just below the cable tray?
Correct. I'm on handrail 273.
Okay, copy. We recommend that as a BRT location. And your connectors you're looking for are Juliet 113 Alpha and Juliet 114 Alpha.
All right, I see 114 Alpha and 113 Alpha. Those are the two zenith most in this area.
Affirmative. Butch, if you're still...
Yeah, I'm here on node 2 forward.
Copy that, Butch. So we'd like you to go down nadir to 417. We'd like you to get 3 twists on that if you can. Make your way down to nadir forward.
Nadir forward, 3 twists, 417. Here we go.
The two spacewalkers now 5 hours, 45 minutes into their spacewalk for today, in the process of doing a bit of cleanup work, securing these bundles of cables with a few additional wire ties to make sure that they are secure against the structure of the International Space Station. They have completed all of their tasks planned for this first of 3 spacewalks over the course of the next 8 days, routing all of this
Terry,
length of cable, some 364 feet of cable that will in the future be utilized for the hookup of the first of the 2 brand new international docking adapters to arrive at the space station in the months ahead.
There's no sleeve on either one.
Okay, copy.
These are the connectors that are plugged into the lab.
These should be free-floating, Terry. They should not be connected to the lab, so they should be free-floating, possibly underneath those cables that are directly nadir of the cable tray.
You're talking about the connectors themselves?
Should be right next to your BRT, Terry.
Okay, there's a top of 113 and a top of 114 that are connected in the lab. And then there's a
The ones with your hand that you have your hands on now, Terry.
okay, the free ones. Okay, copy that.
You like 3 tests of twists on 410 as well, Houston?
Checking, Butch. Affirmative. We'll take 3 twists on 410 as well, Butch.
410 as well. Okay, here we go.
And Butch, for you, once you get 3 twists on 410, go ahead and make your way zenith and a little bit starboard to the Charlie 9 TA clamp, and we'd like you to get 3 twists on that as well.
Okay, I haven't been to Charlie 9 today. Been to Charlie 2. You might have to call me onto that one.
Feels I've got top of 114. The sleeve is disconnected, and it's a free floating cable. It's not plugged into structure. It's a loose cable.
Copy, Terry. Stand by.
I can read you the whiskey number on it if you want.
Yeah, we'll take that as well, Terry.
Whiskey not. Okay, it's whiskey 9010 Papa 114.
That's correct.
Okay. Slide the bail out and don't disconnect it.
Leave it soft docked, Terry.
Copy.
So, Butch, as you work your way around to the zenith side, it's slightly starboard of zenith. You'll see TA clamp Charlie 9 is located just aft and between handrail 414 and 415.
Okay.
That TA clamp is on the angled portion of the PMA, and the 414 and 415 is on the cylindrical portion of the PMA.
Okay. All right, I'm at 414. In relation to that, where's the C9?
Okay.
I think I found it.
From 414, go a little bit aft and a little bit starboard.
Yeah, I found it.
Copy that. You give us 3 twists on Charlie 9.
All right, real quick, Wheels, on this Papa 114, I've got the bail is halfway back, but it won't go all the way back. And I think I should be pulling on the back shell connector, is that right? Just continue the motion. That's what I did before with the other connectors.
Affirmative, Terry.
There's 3 twists using on Charlie 9.
Beautiful. Thanks, Butch.
Sounds like we're cleaning up. You got a plan?
We're discussing, Butch. Go ahead and make your way back to the port IDA bag, and we'll have words for you shortly.
Okay. Heading that way.
5 hours, 51 minutes into the spacewalk by Wilmore and Virts. They have completed the routing and securing of all of the bundles of cables associated with the international docking adapter cable work that had been earmarked for this first spacewalk, with all of the closeout photos having been completed and all of the wire ties to secure those bundles of cables in place. We're standing by for further word from the flight control team here to the crew to see whether they'll press ahead with get-aheads, and if they do, how much they'll be working.
I can leave off and start looking at 113 while you guys are talking about 114.
We like that, Terry. Go ahead and try to work with 113.
And the problem is the connector is like directly underneath the fluid tray. It's a bad reach.
Copy.
I think I can get it better from the other side of the fluid tray. I can go over there.
what we're thinking here, Butch. We don't want to press forward with the green cable yet until we have Terry's having a little bit of issue with the Papa 114 and 113 connectors, so stand by as we work out a plan.
Okay.
Can I translate over top of the fluid tray wheels, or do I need to go back onto node 2?
Stand by just a second, Terry. We're also tracking a little bit of a rise of CO2 in your suit. Stand by just a second as we look at the data.
Okay. Probably because I was just trying to get that cable off, connector off.
Possibly, quite possibly. Thanks.
5 hours, 54 minutes into the spacewalk, Terry Virts had begun to do some connector work as part of one of the get-ahead tasks to inhibit the electrical path between the station to shuttle power transfer system that used to be used to transfer power when shuttles were docked to pressurized mating adapter number 2 during previous assembly flights. New cabling is going to be routed for that power transfer system, but this time different cables that will route power from pressurized mating adapter number 2 to the first of the new international docking adapters once they are installed. We are sitting here and evaluating whether or not to press ahead with more work as part of this get-ahead phase of today's spacewalk, or whether or not to leave this work for the start of the second spacewalk on Wednesday by Wilmore and Virts, where this final cable connection work had been planned from the beginning.
Butch, we'd like you to put the crew lock bag inside the IDA bag, and then also close the lid on the IDA bag. And when you got that secured, we're going to ask you to head back towards the lab forward end cone and help Terry on the starboard side with those inhibits.
Okay. All right, 113 is off. Or it's not off. It's the bail is all the way aft over center.
Okay, copy, Terry. Thank you.
Right off.
Again, the inhibits that Virts has been working on are part of the old station to shuttle power transfer system. Those inhibits need to be in place as part of the final cable connection work to allow 2 final cables, part of the complement of 10 cables in all that are being laid out in preparation for the arrival of the first of the 2 international docking adapters later this year.
Back over there. Wanted to ask you on 114, did you try to jiggle it at all to kind of free it up if it's caught in there, or what kind of?
You know, I jiggled it, I pulled, I tried to push forward a little bit and then pull it again, and you know, I tried a lot of different things, and from all the connectors I've done today, this one's definitely the worst. If Butch is here, let him have a hack at it, or I can go try it some more, or I can go down later and get the 108, 109.
Copy that, Terry. We're discussing.
I'd be happy to go do those and then yeah. I'd be happy to get those while you guys are discussing these.
So the spacewalking team here in Mission Control continuing to evaluate the time remaining for today's spacewalk. As we approach the 6-hour mark, Terry Virts has been working with two connectors that are not easily reachable in their current locations at the forward end cone of the Destiny Laboratory. Those two connectors near the fluid tray for the Destiny Lab need to be disconnected to enable two final cables to be routed that will be part of the power transfer system between the lab, Harmony, and pressurized mating adapter number 2. This work originally was earmarked for the start of the second spacewalk on Wednesday, and the crew, having worked ahead of the timeline for the duration of this spacewalk, did press ahead to try to accomplish this get-ahead work, and we'll see now in the next few minutes whether they continue to move ahead with this work or whether they just defer it to its original place in the timeline for the start of the second spacewalk on Wednesday. Good view of Butch Wilmore at the forward end of the Harmony module of the International Space Station as we've just lost our downlink TV capability.
Stand by there. We see your CO2 numbers coming down, which is good. Just kind of stand by.
We've now reached the 6-hour mark into the spacewalk. We're going to allow Butch Wilmore to join Virts to attempt to disconnect these two connectors near the forward end cone of the Destiny Laboratory as one of the get-ahead tasks planned to try to get ahead of the game a bit for Wednesday's initial work on the second of the 3 spacewalks. That probably will be the break point at which we'll tell the crew to begin to wrap up their activities for the day and make their way back to the Quest airlock.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to bail aft but not completely disconnect 108 and 109. And those are actually connected in the structure.
That's affirmative, Terry, and that's also affirmative on leave it in the soft dock.
Copy that. Those are both complete. Bail is aft and over center on J108 and J109.
Copy that, Terry. If you could make your way zenith, and we'll get another shot, maybe a different body position or something on the 114. Just see if we can get, and we'll get words to Butch to head back there if we need him to come back and try.
Okay, let's go try it.
Crewlock bag 1 is in the IDA alpha bag. Bag is shut.
Copy that, Butch.
So I'm wondering if an adjustable, the head of an adjustable tether can be used to give me some leverage on that.
Checking. Checking. Okay, Butch, we'd like you to grab your IDA bag that should have the crew lock bag inside of it. Go ahead and get it on your BRT, get it secured, and make your way back towards the lab forward end cone on the starboard side.
Okay.
And
that can work.
Yeah, we're looking to get this one last connector on the inhibits. Excellent job today, and we're going to claim victory as soon as we get this last connector and clean up and head inside. So good work, and you got us some good, great get aheads and also the all the cables. So nice work.
Thanks, Wills.
And just with the signature.
So one of the things I was thinking about is. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Terry.
So the thought was to try and mate it again before I demate it, and just initial. Okay, I was able to mate it. Got it. 114's off.
Perfect. Nice work, Terry.
Or, bail is aft, over center.
Nice work.
Okay. Nice work, Terry. So we're going to clean up now. We saw that signature on your CO2 on the suit, Terry. It's looking good right now. We're in good constraints, but we're gonna call it a day here. Very successful work. Thank you. Terry, we're going to need you to go forward, of course, and clean up your site there with the crew lock bag.
Copy that. And the connectors on both the 113 and 114 are Velcroed to themselves. They're not redded or anything like that, but they are Velcroed to themselves.
Copy that. Thanks, Terry.
21, 25, yeah, connectors, please, okay?
Copy all, Terry.
Yeah, Bill, that CO2 signature, I'm pretty sure, is just because I started doing a pretty significant amount of work.
Copy that, and we did see.
Back to the starboard bag.
Copy that. Good copy, Terry. And we concur with your look on the CO2 as well. We saw the signature trending down as well.
Copy that. Thanks.
Yeah, we got a lot of work still in the next two EVAs, so we want to make sure we look after your health and get you back inside now. So we're going to claim victory here. So.
Thanks, Wills.
Yeah, nice work, guys, and let's finish well here, and we'll get the work site cleaned up and get you back to the airlock.
Okay, EV1 has the IDA 2 bag on my BRT, and understand you want me to go to lap forward still, or is there a change in that?
No, Terry got that connector already.
Just, below you, Butch, over here by my bag.
So, Butch, you can head back the way you came out. We'll have you head back to the airlock.
Okay, heading back to the airlock.
And Terry, let me know when you're back node 2 forward near the bag, and I'll give you words on your cleanup.
Okay, I'm right at the IDA bag right now, so I'm ready to copy.
Okay, copy that. We're going to have you go ahead and close the IDA bag and retrieve the RET from the lid. And we're going to leave your IDA bag out there, but just make sure the lid is closed. Grab that RET, and also we're going to have you retrieve your crew lock bag. And when you got that cleaned up, we'll have you head back to the airlock.
Okay, copy that. Am I going to bring the RET inside with me? The lid RET, or should I just leave it out here for the next EVA?
We're going to have you bring that RET inside, Terry.
Okay, copy that.
And Butch, I'm assuming you you retrieved your green hook as well from 259.
I'm getting it. I'm getting it right now. Yes, for me. Putting it on my Urkel.
Beautiful.
And that's complete.
Copy that, Butch, and you can make your way back.
Wheels, I've got the rat off the lid of the crew lock bay. And just for your tracking purposes, it's on my BRT tether point.
Okay, copy that, and confirm those rat off the lid of the IDA bag, correct?
Correct. IDA bag Bravo rat is now on my BRT.
Copy that, and the lid is closed on the IDA bag, and then just go ahead and retrieve your crew lock bag.
The lid is closing, not quite closed. And it will be.
Terry, I'm on phase 1 heading back.
Copy that.
Terry, I'm on the Cedar Spur.
Copy that. I'm still out here by my IDA bag, just trying to clean it up a little bit. Okay, Wheels, this IDA bag Bravo is connected to the handrails as it was when I dropped it off, except that the lid is closed now.
Copy, Terry. Thank you.
Going up to get my crew lock bag.
Copy all. Thanks.
Terry, I am at the airlock.
Thank you.
I heard your location.
I'm still on No. 2 forward.
Right.
Getting the crew lock bag.
Houston, I'm going to open the thermal cover and put this 88 bag in.
Copy and concur, Butch.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours and 12 minutes into the spacewalk. The crew, Terry Virts, Butch Wilmore, having completed all of their work for the day, and one get-ahead task, that being the disconnection of 4 connectors, the demating of 4 connectors associated with what used to be the station to shuttle power transfer system at the forward end of the Harmony module connecting to pressurized mating adapter number 2. That sets the stage for the deployment of 2 final cables that will be tackled near the beginning of the second spacewalk for Wilmore and Virts on Wednesday morning. So in all, some 340 out of 364 feet of cable was deployed today during this spacewalk, in which all of the objectives, all of them, and one get-ahead task were accomplished by the 2 spacewalkers. This EVA, the 185th, in support of space station assembly and maintenance, began at 6:45 Central Time this morning. The crew worked ahead of the timeline for most of the day throughout the course of the spacewalk as they installed a variety of cables, attaching those cables under two debris shields on the forward end of the Harmony module's end cone, to which pressurized mating adapter number 2 is attached. It will be PMA2 that will be the berthing port to which the first of the new international docking adapters will be attached once it is delivered to the space station in mid-June on a SpaceX Dragon cargo craft.
Paddles out. And ready to start heading home.
Copy all, Terry. Nice work out there, and go ahead and make your way back in the same route you came out.
Copy.
You sure it's all right if I leave the thermal cover open until Terry gets here?
Affirmative. You should be good on that, Butch.
All right, super, thanks.
Butch, while you're waiting there, if you want to try to...
Good job, Terry.
If you want to work the GoPro again or give it a try, you're welcome to do that.
And once again, this being the first of 3 spacewalks over the course of the next 8 days, the second scheduled for Wednesday morning by Wilmore and Virts, at which time they'll move back outside of the Quest airlock. They'll complete the final 2 cable routing tasks for the 9th and 10th cables associated with the international docking adapters. The first task that will be scheduled on Wednesday will be the removal of the cover, the shower cap as it is called, that is covering pressurized mating adapter number 2. They'll complete the cable routing for the final 2 out of the 10 cables for international docking adapter number 1, and then they'll press ahead with the lubrication of the end effector for the Canadarm2 robotic arm, the removal of a non-propulsive valve from the station, as well as the preparation then of the Tranquility module for the relocation of the permanent multi-purpose module, and the eventual relocation of another pressurized mating adapter, that being PMA3, which has to be detached from Tranquility robotically later this year and moved to the space-facing port on the Harmony module, all part of the reconfiguration work for the space station for not just one, but both brand new international docking adapters.
On the lab, Butch.
Outstanding. Great work. Take your time. There's no hurry.
Copy that, thanks. It's like a horse going back to water, that safety tether pulling you the whole time.
Yeah, buddy.
We're just going home after the ride.
Once again, Terry Virts and Butch Wilmore worked in the vicinity of the forward end of the U.S. segment of the International Space Station throughout the course of the day today, rigging some 340 out of 364 feet of cable and a variety of cables, 8 out of 10 that are earmarked for the eventual installation of the first of 2 international docking adapters at the forward end of the U.S. segment on pressurized mating adapter number 2. All of this work has gone extremely well, no issues whatsoever, as the crew worked efficiently and ahead of the timeline throughout the course of the day to rig all of these cables, connect them under 2 debris shields at the forward end of the Harmony module, near pressurized mating adapter number 2 at that intersection, if you will. The PMA2 will be the home for the first of the 2 new international docking adapters once it is delivered to the International Space Station aboard a SpaceX Falcon cargo craft later this year.
Come on the ESP, Butch.
Good deal.
What a view coming around the corner.
Terry Virts nearing the Quest airlock. He'll enter the airlock first, followed by Wilmore. They'll close the thermal cover and the hatch behind them. They'll be on umbilicals, and we will be waiting for the repressurization of the airlock. You see it there. That will mark the end of today's spacewalk, and again, the crew will have an opportunity to catch its breath tomorrow and Monday as they prepare, recharge the batteries in their spacesuits, and prepare for the second of the 3 spacewalks planned for Wednesday morning. There is a view of the Quest airlock. Just on the lower right-hand corner of your screen is the Rosviet module that is mated to the Earth-facing port of the Zarya module at the intersection of the U.S. and Russian segments of the International Space Station. That is the Soyuz TMA-15M spacecraft. That is the ride home for Terry Virts, Samantha Cristoforetti, and Anton Shkaplerov in mid-May.
You want to put your safety tether behind you. You want that way? Right.
Yep. I cleared the ingress, Will?
Yes, Terry, you're clear to ingress.
Yeah. How's it look, Butch?
Look great.
Okay.
Just watch your bag. Your BRT sticking out a bit.
Right.
Put your bag up first. It might be better.
Yeah, let me do this. All right. I got a waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender. I'll get this guy in there. Yeah.
Once again, the crew completed the installation of 8 out of 10 cables associated with the eventual arrival and installation and activation of the first of the two international docking adapters. This was all of the cable work that was planned for this first spacewalk. 2 additional cables are to be installed during the second spacewalk on Wednesday. In advance of that, a get-ahead task was accomplished to demate 4 connectors associated with the old station-to-shuttle power transfer system.
And then you have a go to release.
Black on black, good pull test.
Perfect. And then you have a go to release your anchor on your safety tether.
Okay, that's complete.
Next step is the ingress. Nice work.
EVT in a little bit. Good job, Terry.
EV2's in there a lot.
Nice work, Terry. When you're situated and in position, you can remove your SCU from the stowage pouch and connect it.
Okay. Okay, so I'll boot you in first, or?
If Butch needs help, you can help him there, or you can connect now.
All right, I'll get connected now then.
And Butch, once Terry is clear there, looks like he's inside, you can attach your waist tether to the D-ring extender. And then release your anchor from the of your safety tether.
Wheels, my SCU is attached to my DCM. Good pull test. It's on there pretty solid.
Okay, copy, Terry. The SCU is locked. And standby. We'll get your good config there, Terry. We'll get Butch inside and get him in the same config, and we'll press forward.
Okay, I am on the D-ring extender, got on black with my right waist tether.
Okay.
Copy.
I'm kind of moved to the forward side, Butch.
Copy, Butch, and you can release your anchor hook from airlock handrail 554 on your safety tether.
Anchor's released. Feeder coming up, Terry.
I'm watching. You want me to push you above me?
You need to.
The base of your plus, maybe. There you go. There you go.
Six hours, 26 minutes into the spacewalk. Terry Virts inside Quest. Butch Wilmore now making his way inside the crew lock section of Quest. The thermal cover will be closed momentarily. The spacewalk drawing to a close. The official end of the spacewalk will be marked at the time that the airlock is repressurized. Wilmore and Virts completed all of their work for the day in smart fashion and one get-ahead task. They were able to rig 8 out of 10 cables. The other 2 cables originally planned for, and which will, by the timeline, be tackled on Wednesday during the second spacewalk. So about 340 out of the planned 364 feet of cabling was laid out today by Wilmore and Virts in preparation for the installation and activation of the first of the 2 international docking adapters later this year.
Good.
All right, I just got to reach my SCU now.
I got it.
Back inside the equipment lock of Quest, Samantha Cristoforetti of the European Space Agency, who helped suit up Wilmore and Wirtz in the wee hours this morning, taking some photos of her crewmates as they have made their way back inside the crew lock and closed the thermal cover. And we'll be working with the crew to explain and lay out all of the step-by-step procedures that will lead to the repressurization of the crew lock back to 14.7 pounds per square inch of pressure. That will enable her to open up the hatch that has separated the two sections of Quest since the crew began their spacewalk some 6.5 hours ago.
Take water switch to off. You're going to get a water is off message.
Water's off with the message.
Okay. Stand by. EV2 water's off with a message.
Copy. We have a hold time here. We'll let you know when we're past our 2 minutes. And while we're waiting, the caution here is do not close the hatch until the EMU water has been off for 2 minutes.
EV1.
EV2.
Let's pull my feet down a little bit, Terry.
Yep, just 1 second.
Perfect.
Take your foot. You want my feet down or yours?
No, I'm good now.
Okay.
Butch, if you could take a look at the thermal cover Velcro strap, make sure it's in place if you would.
In place?
Thank you, sir.
Can I do
Terry,
this?
can you go low?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I've got to go my feet high a little bit to get around.
Okay. There,
There we go. Close this hatch.
That's an important step.
Okay, guys, our 2 minutes is complete. Nice work. Butch, verify that the outer hatch is clear of any hardware, tethers, tools. Just make sure the sealing surface is closed, or is clear. And you have
The hatch is clear.
Copy. Verify the handle position as per the hatch decal. And you have a go to close and lock the hatch. You have a go.
Here we go. Thing looks clear. The hatch is closed and locked.
Nice
You're
work.
definitely my favorite EMGA person, Butch.
Nice work, guys. Okay, for Terry, on the UIA, verify oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves. Verify 2 valves open.
Both valves are open.
Terry, on the UIA, switch power, EV1 and 2, 2 switches to on.
EV1 is on, EV2 is on, the EMU LED on both sides is green.
Perfect. And verify power EV1 and 2 volts between 18 and 19 volts.
They're both 18.5.
Okay, perfect. For both of you, switch power on your DCM, switch power to SCU, expect a warning tone. Warning tone.
EV1's an SCU. Restarting the bite light.
EV2's an SCU, power restarting the bite light.
Okay, nice work, guys. Here's where I pass you back off to Samantha. Really, really nice work today. And Samantha, you have the con on the crew lock depress cue card.
Okay, I've got the crew lock depress cue card. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, guys. And on the DCM, EV1 and EV2, go O2 actuator to press.
Samantha Cristoforetti now in charge of the final steps that will lead to the repressurization of the crew lock. The hatch is closed and locked with Wilmore and Verts back inside, safe and sound, everything in great shape. A completely successful spacewalk today. All of the planned cables that were scheduled for their deployment and installation, 8 out of 10 on this first spacewalk. 2 additional cables earmarked for the second spacewalk on Wednesday. All 8 cables planned for deployment for the new international docking adapters were rigged and connected as planned, and they are now pre-staged in advance of the other spacewalk work to come later this year to hook up the first of the 2 international docking adapters. As we said, 2 additional cables are earmarked for deployment on Wednesday, along with the preparation of other hardware on the International Space Station for its reconfiguration. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Also on Wednesday will be the lubrication of certain components on the Canadarm2 robotic arm.
All right, Terry, see if you can do it.
Okay, I'm going to try and roll left. Try and put your feet, straighten them out, straighten your legs out. There you go. Straighten your other leg out. There you go. All right, get into your DCM. All right, but can you get the paddle?
You an EVA?
I should be impressed.
That's where we want. No, it's past press. You can come back towards press. Come towards you?
That's good.
Come back towards you.
Yep. I got my finger on it. It's just not moving.
Yep.
I can push it in. It's going in and out.
Yeah.
Just when I push it in, it won't come to press. Should I try and push it to off?
Push it to off and see if you can go back to press. Okay, that's off. Actually, I think that's IV. That's in between. Same thing.
All right, Butch, I can push in if you can slide it. Can you use your right arm to slide it?
I can try.
You know, got to take your mini workstation off. That looks like you got it. Close.
There's question mark. Would you pause question mark? No, it's not in it.
Can I take your mini workstation off?
Yeah, dude. Please do. Get the tabs. Well, for Teal getting this thing to work after EVA.
That's plenty of time. Whatever it takes.
That pad.
Continuing to stand by for the procedures that will lead to the repressurization of the crew lock. Wilmore and Wirtz back inside, having completed all of their tasks for today. The deployment of 8 cables associated with the new international docking adapters that will be used to hook up the IDAs once they arrive at the International Space Station. The plan always has been for the 9th and 10th of this series of cables to be installed on the second spacewalk. That will be the case on Wednesday when Wilmore and Wirtz return to the void of space.
Be it.
O3 pause press. Good job.
All right, great job.
Thanks, Jay.
Sure. Wait.
I see EV1 and EV2 in press. Next, switch com mode to hardline.
EV1's in.
Copy. Check that the EV hatch NTV is closed. That's for Butch. And the next is going to be to start the repressurize the airlock. As we talked about, if you have any issues, I might not be able to hear you, so you'll give me a hand signal if you need to slow down or a close fist if you need me to stop the repress. I can see Terry really well. I can see Butch somewhat. And if you can move a little bit towards the right side, I'm going to be able to see Butch as well. Okay. When we get at 4.0, expect an alert. We will stop at 5.0. Again.
This is Mission Control Houston. The repressurization of the Quest Airlock's crew lock section is underway, marking the official end of today's spacewalk at 1:26 p.m. Central Time, 2:26 p.m. Eastern Time, for an elapsed time of 6 hours, 41 minutes for Butch Wilmore and Terry Wirtz in this first of 3 spacewalks that will be conducted between now and March 1st. Again, the spacewalk officially ending at 1:26 p.m. Central Time at an elapsed time of 6 hours, 41 minutes.
We are at 5.0. The pressurization is stopped, and we will wait 2 minutes for pressure to stabilize. Should be intercom only.
This is Mission Control Houston with some statistics as we always wrap up spacewalk activities with. Today's spacewalk by Butch Wilmore and Terry Virts, the first of 3 planned during Expedition 42, the next one scheduled for Wednesday morning by this duo, and the third in the series will be next Sunday, March 1st. Today's spacewalk lasting 6 hours and 41 minutes, beginning at 6:45 a.m. Central Time, ending at 1:26 p.m. Central Time. Butch Wilmore now has 2 spacewalks to his credit, the first one occurring back in October of last year on Expedition 41. His 2 spacewalks now totaling 13 hours and 15 minutes, 13 hours, 15 minutes of spacewalking time. This was Terry Virts' first spacewalk, of course, 6 hours and 41 minutes, and in 185 spacewalks now in support of space station assembly and maintenance, a total of 1,159 hours and 9 minutes. That should be 8 minutes, rather. 1,159 hours and 8 minutes of spacewalking time. That is the equivalent of 48 days, 7 hours and 8 minutes of spacewalking time. So an impressive log of spacewalking time by crews that have lived aboard and visited the International Space Station. Again, this was the 185th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. The spacewalk coming to an end at 1:26 p.m. Central Time with the repressurization of the Quest airlock. That repressurization continues in good shape, and we'll be standing by for the opening of the hatch and getting the crew back inside the equipment lock section of Quest. Again, Butch Wilmore's 2 spacewalks now totaling 13 hours and 15 minutes of spacewalking time. Terry Virts' first spacewalk, of course, 6 hours and 41 minutes.
Copy EV1 and EV2 in ID. We will resume repressurization, same deal as before.
The spacewalk today, once again, concluding a few minutes ago at an elapsed time of 6 hours and 41 minutes, setting the stage for the second of these 3 spacewalks over the course of the next week and change. That will be the case again on Wednesday when Wilmore and Virts venture outside of the Quest airlock. the same start time for the spacewalk as was the case today. The planned start time of 6:10 a.m. Central Time on Wednesday. Our NASA TV coverage on Wednesday to begin at 5 a.m. Central Time. Once outside, the crew will remove the cover on pressurized mating adapter number 2. It's called a shower cap that has protected the various mechanisms of that docking adapter since the last space shuttle mission that visited the International Space Station, that being STS-135 in July of 2011. The cover to PMA-2 will be removed. The crew will complete the routing of 2 cables associated with International Docking Adapter number 1. That will be cables 9 and 10. They completed all 8 cables earmarked for their activities today. They'll route the various branches of these cables to a temporary stowage location on International Docking Adapter number for International Docking Adapter number 2. Then they'll press ahead for the lubrication of the latching end effector at the end of the Canadian-built Canadarm2 robotic arm, a series of screws and bearings that have become just a bit arthritic over the past couple of years. So some time will be taken during the second spacewalk to lubricate that latching end effector that is used to grapple modules and visiting vehicles such as the SpaceX Dragon and the Orbital Sciences Cygnus vehicle, as well as the H-2 transfer vehicle from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency when it arrives at the International Space Station. The crew then will spend the last portion of their spacewalk on Wednesday performing preparatory tasks for the relocation of the permanent multi-purpose module and the arrival of the Bigelow expandable module that is scheduled to be launched on a future SpaceX Dragon flight. They will prepare the 2 common berthing mechanisms on the Tranquility module of the International Space Station, remove a non-propulsive valve, and remove a handrail that will provide the clearance required to relocate pressurized mating adapter number 3 that is currently attached to the Tranquility module. It will be relocated to the Zenith or space-facing port on the Harmony module, very close to the work site where Wilmore and Wirtz worked throughout the day today. And the crew lock now has been fully repressurized back to 14.7 pounds per square inch. Everything in good shape. We'll be standing by for the opening of the hatch. That will enable Samantha Cristoforetti to guide her 2 crewmates, Wilmore and Wirtz, back into the equipment lock section of Quest.
Copy that, Samantha, and we're with you, and you can move to 5.
Okay, moving to 5.
And Cristoforetti now opening up the hatch to the crew lock section of Quest. It is a 2-compartment airlock. She and Anton Shkaplerov, the Russian cosmonaut, with whom she launched along with Terry Virts to the space station in late November, assisting her as we are about to bring Wilmore and Virts back inside the equipment lock section and begin the process of helping them remove their extravehicular mobility units. And Terry Virts back inside the equipment lock, getting his picture taken by Anton Shkaplerov, all smiles. Butch Wilmore soon to be brought back inside by Samantha Cristoforetti. Terry Virts' safer jetpack unit will be removed from his backpack and stowed. It will be used again on Wednesday when he and Butch Wilmore suit up once again for their second spacewalk. Wilmore, you can see still in the crew lock, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes. He'll be brought inside the equipment lock shortly. This is Mission Control Houston. Terry Virts back inside the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock. Butch Wilmore about to make his way back inside. They'll be assisted in removing their helmets and then the rest of their gear, having successfully completed a 6-hour, 41-minute spacewalk in which they accomplished all of their objectives, the deployment and connections on 8 different sets of cables that will be used for the connectivity for the new international docking adapters to arrive at the International Space Station later this year. 2 additional cables will be rigged and reeled out on Wednesday as part of the second spacewalk by Wilmore and Virts, with our NASA TV coverage on Wednesday to begin at 5 a.m. Central Time as it did today, and the start of the spacewalk planned for 6:10 a.m. Central Time again on Wednesday. The spacewalkers will also prepare the Tranquility module's common berthing mechanisms and other hardware for other relocation and reconfiguration work for the space station later this year. The arrival of the Bigelow Industries expandable module that is planned to be launched on a future SpaceX mission. And they'll be working for some time in the lubrication of some of the mechanisms on the latching end effector for the Canadian-built Canadarm2 robotic arm. All that work on tap for Wednesday. The final spacewalk in this trio of extravehicular activities by Wilmore and Virts scheduled for Sunday, March 1st, in which they will spend the entire day laying out some 400 feet of cable from the S3 truss to the P3 truss of the station and installing communications antennas as part of the new Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles hardware. This will be the hardware that the new SpaceX Dragon crew, commercial crew spacecraft and the Boeing CST-100 crew spacecraft will use for the rendezvous and navigation for its dockings to the new international docking adapters to be installed on the International Space Station.